If Scott is ready, we will get started.
He's ready.
Trustee.
Let me start the webinar, please. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
I'm not ready.
Hi. So good to see you. Everything okay?
Okay, we're just letting Mr. Westerfield in. He should be there. He's a panelist. Okay, we're good to go.
Okay, Trustee Cavness, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Welcome back.
Yeah. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, roll call, please. Judy?
Mr. Kelly,
Here.
Ms. Cavness,
Here?
Mr. Haschak,
Here.
Mr. Cromer,
Here.
Mr. Shoemaker,
Here.
I love yours.
Ms. Harris,
Here.
Mr. Swope is absent, Ms. Cubison,
Here.
and Mr. Lamb.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, the Mendocino County Board of Retirement meeting for October 15th, 2025 is called to order at 8:35. Is there any public expression for any item that's not on the agenda?
There appears to be no public comment.
Okay, that will move us to item number 1, consideration and action on appeal of correction notice.
Chairland,
Yes.
we have an appeal from a member Phil Pentane. He's here to make a statement on behalf of his claim. If you want to come to the table at the end there. He'll be joining us to make his opening statement.
I don't have it.
What do you need? You can do it.
Good morning. So as provided in Mendocino's, in MSERA's administrative policy, each side has 10 minutes to present their case.
Okay.
You can ask the chair if you would like additional time.
Okay.
And the way the process works is we'll start with you first, Mr. Pentane. You have 10 minutes. Then the trustees will have an opportunity if they have any questions. And then Mr. Westerfield will have 10 minutes and the trustees will have questions. At the conclusion of that, we have received your briefs and the trustees have those. So they've already read your materials and this is an opportunity for argument. And then after each side presents their case, the board will meet in closed session. We'll ask you to leave the room and Mr. Westerfield will leave the audio, the video, and the board will deliberate and your appeal. Does anybody have any questions?
Understood.
Okay, I think you're first.
Okay.
But feel free to sit down if you want to, if you're more
Okay.
comfortable.
Oh, I kind of have to, huh?
You can point the mic up
Okay.
if you like.
Well, I wanted to come around and introduce myself to all of you, but I don't think that's set up quite the
Not
way
very
you do
conducive.
that. But I appreciate the fact that you're all taking the time to listen to me. I know that this is something that you all inherited, and you're bearing the brunt of everyone that's been upset over it. Wanted to start by, this is being recorded and you're going to preserve it for a while, I assume? Okay. MSERA uses such words as systemic and human error when describing the retirees' pension revisions based on errors by staff. But MSERA doesn't say how or why, and it's your burden of proof to prove how and why these errors were committed. We may never know because no one's been held accountable for the retirees' disruption of their livelihood except for the retirees ourselves. My wife, Yvonne, is here with me. She's also an MSERA retiree, and she's here not only as a retiree and my wife, but she's also a beneficiary. So she is a part of this action also. In my statement of claim, I chronologically provided you with 6 exhibits that are all MSERA initiated audits, reviews, or reasons to be researched in my file and changes made. I'm not going to spend time on them because in your statement of claim response, you basically dismissed them and instead focus more on CERL, California Government Code, and Cal Constitution sections. So let's do that. In addition to the 6 errors that I gave you, lo and behold, there are 2 more. First, the prior civil service purchase, which you and the Board of Supervisors resolved by mutual resolutions, and for lack of a better term, grandfathered everybody in. The second is my tier status, that you claim I received an error, either from human or computer program or something caused it. We don't know. The highest single year was used to compute my final retirement pension, and it should have been the average of 3 years, which you have already corrected and reduced my pension for the last several months. Even the MCERA handbook, which I have right here, which was handed out to all of the, I'm assuming, county employees, but we received them at the sheriff's office when we were working there, and I don't remember the year that happened. But to quote these 2 sections in here, under safety member tier 1, September 1, 1969, section 31664 was adopted along with section 31676.1, which utilizes the average of the 1 consecutive year of final compensation for retirement allowance calculations. Safety member tier 2, June 22, 1982, which is 1 year after I retired. Almost a year, 11 months. Section 31664 was adopted along with section 31676.11, which utilizes the average of the highest consecutive 3 years of compensation for retirement allowance compensation. So you can see that things were kind of mixed up back then, I would say. My enrollment affidavit, which I think is part of the exhibits I gave you, dated 7/1/81 in the upper left-hand corner under my name. My copy isn't clear, but it does say 3 years final comp. And I've talked to Ms. Rentschler about this, and she contends it says tier 2, and it may say tier 2, but it just isn't clear. But why is the tier 2, if that's what it says, is circled and then a question mark next to it? You should have an answer for that. The burden is on you to know why. I don't know who put it there. This is one of those who, what, where, why, and how situations that we don't know, and I don't know how much work you've done to try and resolve that. In conjunction with my retirement, because of that circle and that question mark, someone made a conscious decision to make me tier 1. I don't know who, I don't know when, or if it was more than one person. In conjunction with my retirement ledgers, and I think you call them something else. What do you call them?
I believe we use the term interest cards in some of our correspondence, which related to the record of your contributions into the plan.
Okay. In conjunction with my retirement ledgers dated from 1997 to 2008, my retirement tier is listed as tier 1. I was told I was tier 1 and that my highest year would be used to calculate my pension when I was retiring. I was even asked to update my contact information on that very form, on the form dated 12/31/2007. And also on that form is not just tier 1, but it also has the prior service, civil service purchase on there of 3 years, 5 months, and 2 days. So it's all visible, all right in front of everybody. Also, because of the question mark and circle, as well, there may be some whiteout that was maybe used during that period of time. It was pretty common that whiteout was going to be on somebody's reports. But it was being used on an original document, and that that whole document has been altered now. And who allowed the altering and why? I just don't understand that. What are the notes that are written over the punch hole, and what is missing at the bottom right-hand corner that has check marks, but it's blank? It's just check marks. Is it possible that persons in combination with the retirement ledger errors, where it shows me as tier 1, due to lack of training, experience, whatever, added 3 years onto my employment time, making the last 3 years actually the same as my last single year, which would still be tier 1. Or they went back 3 years from the date of my hire to 1978, which would make me tier 1 also. So these are things that have to be resolved, and the burden is, I think, on you folks to do that. Good. Okay. Additionally, for those last years of my employment, where tier 1 is listed on my retirement ledgers, some have no contribution rates on them. Some do have contribution rates. And are those rates tier 1, tier 2, or general membership rates? It's just hard to understand. So was I contributing at tier 1 rates or tier 2 rates? There may not be a gift to me here at all from you. Don't know. It's for you to answer. Okay, where did I leave off? Without testimony, without notes, without reports, without recordings, you cannot say that the 2 examples I gave you didn't happen. But the burden of proof, again, is on you. You have to prove how all of this happened. I still assert that Several Section 31539 is misapplied because I did not benefit from fraud or misrepresentations. I say this also because at the time the legislation was adopted, Section 31539, it's clear from the legislative history that this section specifically requires me to be dishonest and fraudulent, which I wasn't and I am not. And I have that legislative history here if you want me to make copies where you can have it. Let's talk a little bit about gifts and fraud. From where I sit, and also maybe opinions of others that we've spoken to, and Sarah may have committed fraud or a mistake when I was asked to purchase prior civil service time and gave you $65,000 of my money when I wasn't eligible. You've obviously corrected that by resolutions with the board, and I think rightly so, because there were just too many retirees that had made those purchases like I did. Is it because I'm the only person, the solo, the standalone, wrong tier retiree, that you won't do the same just for me? I believe I am the only one that's in this situation. And how about the letters of verified income for life that I use for real estate loans? I detrimentally relied on those letters to secure mortgage loans over the years, and we all know how that's working out today with the media coverage of several high-profile cases. This is not a gift because I detrimentally relied on the pension, and I may have paid into Tier 1 retirement over those years that I mentioned before. This has not been documented or proven otherwise. Resolving this in my favor would not be gifting me because of the circumstances, the ambiguities, the suppositions, and the inherent error-laced file that is mine. When my retirement application was voted on and approved by the retirement board, everything from that point on should be considered to be ratified and your right to recruit waived. This has been going on for 17 plus years, and we're looking for closure. Seems like every few years something comes up. So we're looking for closure on that. In closing, per the California Constitution, Article 16, Section 17, you as a retirement board have plenary authority to administer the MCERA system. It also says you shall discharge your duties solely in the interest of providing benefits to its participants and their beneficiaries. In a couple of years, MCERA may be a $1 billion entity. I mean, you're getting up there. You're getting close. You're doing a great job. I'm not here to fight City Hall. I'm here to work with you, if that's even possible. I don't know. But I'm willing to work with you. There is a definite problem that is systemic as described, that which only you have the answers and the solutions to. Thank you.
Thank you. Do the trustees have any questions at this time?
I have one question, Mr. Contain. On the handbook that you referenced,
On the what?
the handbook that you referenced, the
Yes.
date, I think you said that was 1 year before your retirement. That was 1 year before you began in the system, correct? You joined in 81.
81, yes.
Got it, okay.
Did you say this handbook came out before
I don't know.
No, I don't know. I think it came after, possibly around 2003.
Understood. And the date does not match?
There is no date on that.
I'm sorry, the date of Tier 1
Yes.
changing to Tier 2 does not match the
Correct.
records that are presented today, correct?
Correct,
Of being 79.
correct.
Okay,
80,
80.
yes,
Thank you.
80, 1980, yeah.
I think you had said that was 1 year before you retired, but it was 1 year before you joined the system.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Hired.
Hired.
Yes, hired, yes.
Understood.
Okay,
I'm
thank
with you.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, I guess at this point we move to Alex Westerfield for the next part.
Actually, I do have one question.
Oh, another
before you
question.
do that. Phil, you, early in your presentation, you matched up the resolution date with, I think, your hire date, and I think those were off, or one seemed wrong to me. I'm sorry, should answer right then. But when the resolution that put it on 3 years instead of 1, you referenced the day you were hired or the day you retired.
Okay, the resolution was, I don't know the month, but it was 1980, was when they passed that. I was hired in 81.
So 3 years to Tier 2 in 1980. Tier 2 was created in 1980.
Yes,
And that was before you were hired.
yes.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies it.
Are there any further questions? Okay. Alex Westerfield, it is your turn now. Thank you.
Good morning, board members, and thank you for hearing from me. I believe I've met you before. My name is Alex Westerfield, and I'm representing the system in this appeal. And pardon my cough. So Mr. Pentane is a safety tier 2 member. As a safety tier 2 member, his final average salary period should be 3 years. There just isn't a legal basis to treat Mr. Pentane as a tier 1 member because of, a human or computer error that happened in the county's payroll system. And even though Sarah previously calculated Mr. Pentane's retirement allowance based on a 1-year average salary period, again, that calculation results from a series of errors, and those errors can't bind MSERA here. So in 1990, the county wrongly labeled Mr. Pentane as a miscellaneous non-safety member. And then in 1997, the county attempted to correct this error, but it made another mistake. It relabeled him as a safety tier 1 rather than a safety tier 2 employee. All the while, as is stated on Sarah's brief at page 2, Mr. Pentane was contributing at safety tier 2 rates. And so again, there's just no basis to treat Mr. Pentane as a safety tier 1 member for the purpose of calculating his retirement allowance. And because there is no legal basis to treat Mr. Pentane as a safety tier 1 member, that triggers a couple of legal doctrines. The first that was alluded to by Mr. Pentane and is referenced in our brief is the prohibition on making an unconstitutional gift of public funds. The case law is, quite clear on this, that a retirement system that pays benefits that aren't authorized by statute or aren't authorized by plan terms, that does constitute an unconstitutional gift of public funds. There is no, de minimis exception to that doctrine. So, while I understand what's being said about, this appears to be a one-off issue, this doesn't seem to be, rippling throughout the system, that's legally irrelevant for the gift of public funds analysis. Benefits cannot be paid that, a single person or a group of people or an entire system doesn't have an entitlement to. The law is just very clear on this. Federal tax laws also require the payment of benefits only at authorized levels. So the knowing payment of a benefit that is not specifically authorized runs risks that could jeopardize the tax favored status. And there is no legal barrier for MSERA to correct errors that it discovers, no matter when it discovers them. To the suggestion that, Section 31539 of the Government Code applies here, I just want to clarify that, the system is not relying on that section. There's no indication that Mr. Pentain has defrauded or been dishonest in any way. I just want to be very clear and very on the record about that. To the extent that this involves, errors, it's not Mr. Pentain's. It doesn't even appear to be MSERA's errors. It appears to be an error at the county and may not have even been an error that a human being made. What that section of the Government Code does is allows MSERA to reach back further to recoup overpayments if there has been an overpayment that was the result of fraud. What that statute does not do is it does not prohibit MSERA from making corrections when it discovers it. There's just no way to read that statute and to say, oh, the statute keeps us from correcting errors. And if a statute said that, it would be in conflict with the California Constitution and would thus be superseded by the California Constitution. And to the extent that Mr. Pentain suggests that, and I understand the basis for this suggestion that, there has been detrimental reliance, that is a reference to a legal doctrine that's, we lawyers, we refer to as equitable estoppel. And what equitable estoppel essentially means is that, a court can force a party to continue doing something because it would just be fundamentally unfair for a party to change course. But courts are really clear that this doctrine cannot alter a government agency's statutory or constitutional obligations, and it cannot enlarge a government agency's power beyond what the law allows. Kind of colloquially, the reason for this is you wouldn't want a government agency to be, acting with authority that it didn't possess, but, nobody takes them to court to stop them. And the government agency is doing this for, some number of years, and then sort of by its own fiat has declared the scope of its own authority. So that's essentially why courts say, if a government agency is either operating, and this is not the case here, one, in a way that's rogue, equitable estoppel doesn't apply. And it also doesn't apply when a government agency is operating under, a mistaken understanding of the facts. Basically, the law is clear kind of under whatever doctrine that if the government is operating with a mistaken belief, it discovers that belief and then changes course, the doctrine of equitable estoppel is not going to get in the way and cannot get in the way as a matter of law from the government agency changing course. Basically, all of these kind of doctrines that I've mentioned, the prohibition on gifting public funds, the tax law piece, and this equitable estoppel piece are all sort of unified by this idea that, the agency here, MSERA, has to act within the parameters of can only act within the parameters of what it's authorized to do. And sometimes it does result in consequences that, are unfortunate or do seem unfair. And I don't want to suggest that these calls are always easy. But the law behind them is quite clear. Again, I just want to note that we are not invoking Government Code 3159. just to reiterate, no suggestion that Mr. Fontaine engaged in anything remotely approaching fraud. I don't even believe there's any evidence suggesting that Mr. Fontaine himself made a mistake. As we noted in our brief, there's another section of the government code that's referenced, that's 20160. That section doesn't apply to MSERA, that applies to CalPERS. Just to correct a few notes, Mr. Fontaine suggested that MSERA has the burden of proof in this proceeding. I don't understand that to be correct based on MSERA's own policies. The claimant has the burden of proof according to Section 3F. I'm not sure what evidence there is that anyone at any point made a conscious decision to make Mr. Fontaine a Tier 1 member. Again, all the available evidence suggests that this was just a mistake, and it is a mistake that is regrettable, but it is a mistake, and we now understand that it is a mistake. And again, the contribution rates were always at Tier 2. The fiduciary duties that MSERA is certainly bound by, and I am not suggesting anything remotely to the contrary, but the law is also clear that, the fact that a system owes fiduciary duties to their members or to its members does not mean that the system can pay benefits beyond what's enlarged. Again, the law on fiduciary duty and the law on fiduciary duty in this area specifically is very much on all fours with the doctrines that I've been mentioning earlier. There just is no ability to kind of reach beyond the parameters of what statutes or plan terms allow, and no statutes or plan terms allow or contemplate the continued payment of a benefit whose calculation is the result of an error or of a mistake. So, the laws that do apply here, the California Constitution's prohibition on gifts of public funds, the relevant tax laws, the fiduciary duty laws, they all are clear that treating Mr. Fontaine as a Tier 1 member, when there isn't any legal or factual basis to do so, would violate that prohibition. And so we ask that the board deny this appeal, and I'm of course happy to take any questions that you have.
Questions at this time? Are there any questions from the trustees for Mr. Westerfield? Seeing none. I did have one question. How did we verify that all of the contribution rates were at Tier 2?
If I could jump in on this one, Chair Land.
Sorry, Doris, were you about to say something?
Yeah, I was going to respond to Chair Land's question regarding how we established that the contributions paid were based on the Tier 2 membership. And that was reviewed during the correction project where this issue arose and staff went back to see and had checked. I don't necessarily think they checked every year, but they did spot check throughout, particularly after it was changed to a general membership, which Mr. Fontaine was never a general member, and then it went to safety Tier 1 on listed on his card, but the rates being paid were continued to be safety Tier 2.
Okay. And Mr. Fontaine, you had a question for,
Yes,
I guess,
that's kind of what bothers me, is that there were some spot checks and those kinds of things that you use spot checks. I have not seen any documentation whatsoever as to those contribution rates for those years of 1997 to 2008. And I know there were actuarial studies that were probably done and those kinds of things. I have not seen any of those. That I think is still your burden of proof to show me, to prove to me. And while I respect, your opinion, everyone has an opinion, and I'm sure there are others that have a different opinion than what you have stated in here on several of the points that you made. But I just want this resolved. I mean, we've been doing this too long. It's been going on for too long, and time to end. So That's the only question I had. But I just want verification on this, on the tiers, that you're absolutely sure that you have documentation that shows those rates were a tier 2 contribution rate.
We do have documentation of the
Okay.
safety tier 2 rates for all years during your employment from 1981, through your date of retirement. We have record of all of those contribution rates for all of our tiers. And while we did not provide you with reconciliation or showing each year's contributions to the table of rates for safety tier 2, that information can be provided. If you'd like me to send it to you, I'm happy to do so.
Yes, please.
Okay, and Alex Westerfield, if you'd like to have the final comments, you may.
I have
No.
nothing further to add, thank you.
Right. Do we need to do public expression? Okay. That's going to take us to the next step here, which is for the Board of Retirement to go into closed session and consider this item, which we'll do now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Drop off, Judy, just so you know, in case he's not there when you come back from closed session.
We are returning from closed session, and at this point, I would see if there's any member of the board who'd like to make a motion.
I'll make a motion, Chair. My motion is to deny the appeal as presented today with direction to staff. That direction would be to provide all available records regarding Mr. Pintain's contribution rates to Mr. Pintain, and to instruct staff to perform a comprehensive review of all of Mr. Pintain's contribution rates.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a second. And is there any discussion? Board discussion at this point? Okay, a roll call vote, please. Judy?
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Cavanis?
Aye.
Mr. Hashtag? Mr. Cromer?
Aye.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Aye.
Ms. Harris?
Aye.
Ms. Hevison? Aye. Mr. Land?
Aye.
Motion's approved.
Okay. No. Okay, that moves us to item 2, the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you.
All matters on the consent agenda are to be approved by one action without discussion unless a board member requests separate action on a specific item. Does anybody have any specific request on any of the items? Any objections? Any discussions or comments? Okay, the consent agenda is approved by unanimous consent, which brings us to big item 3, investment matters. Core Plus Real Estate Manager discussion introduction, which is A, and we will allow them to join us before we call them up to speak. Go ahead.
And Callan's going to
Go ahead
be
and come up
joining
to the
us
table.
first. Let me share my screen,
Okay.
and then we'll bring in our first investment.
Nothing from Callan. Good Callan for
Yeah. Just trying to do this. Okay. Think I got it? Welcome, Claire and Aaron.
Good morning. Thank you for
All right.
having us. Nice
No,
to see
great.
you all. All right. Trying to get my own presentation up here, but we won't take too much time here to kick it off, but just wanted to kind of level set what we're doing. Switching gears to investment matters here. We're continuing our discussion of the real estate program. So the real estate allocation within your plan is currently allocated, as you know, with 2 core open-end managers, Odyssey managers we call them. At the last meeting, we interviewed core managers and decided to replace one of those 2 managers, Barings, with LaSalle. So that's the plan going forward. You've got 1 replacement, and then DWS will stay. And today we're looking at Core Plus managers. So a few meetings ago, we went through the search that Callan conducted, where we identified finalists in this asset category, Core Plus Real Estate. And today we're going to hear from each of those 3 finalists directly. So that's the plan. 3 managers, 3 interviews, and then we'll spend some time at the end, just as we did at the last meeting, talking about what your portfolio might look like, kind of deliberating from those interviews, but also we've run similar kind of hypothetical portfolios with, if you will, putting each of these Core Plus managers with the 2 core managers that you've already selected and have in place. So that's the plan today. We did want to spend a minute before we hear from each of the managers talking about Core Plus in general. Just a reminder of what it is, how it's different from what you already have, and then maybe just a few highlights on each of the 3 managers. So I'll turn it to Aaron to cover that. But one last thing I wanted to mention, just in terms of kind of dollars that we're talking about. So you currently have an 11% target to real estate in your portfolio, and with the total portfolio assets today a little north of 850 million. That comes out to about $90 million total that you're allocating to real estate. That's the target. And so we would think about this from an implementation perspective of probably an even allocation to each. So we're thinking about 30 million is kind of the dollars that we're considering allocating to one of these managers.
So
Is
just
that- I'm sorry, was that 30 million for the Core Plus option alone, or 30 million for Core and Core Plus?
30 million for Core Plus alone.
So 60 in the-
approximately,
okay.
yeah, 60 to Core. A third to
Okay.
each of the three managers is the idea.
Great. So just spending a couple minutes or a minute or so on Core Plus and how that's different from what we've been talking about for the last couple of meetings, which has been core real estate. Core real estate still serves as kind of the anchor of this real estate portfolio with DWS and now LaSalle as your new manager. As Claire mentioned, these are both funds that are part of the Odyssey Index, open-end diversified core equity index. So there's 25 funds that make up that index. Core Plus historically is slightly higher on the risk return spectrum. So you're getting a slightly higher return target. Leverage ratios tend to be slightly higher instead of that 20 to 30% ratio for core real estate. We're looking at more like 30 to 45% leverage in Core Plus. There's also a little bit more sort of asset level business plan risk. So with Core, you're getting sort of very high occupancy buildings with very little vacancy. Whereas for Core Plus, you might have a little bit more leasing risk. There may be some more sort of renovation and value add potential. There may be more sort of a strategy of marking those rents back up to market. So there's a little bit greater risk involved at the asset level, but still sort of on the more conservative end of the spectrum, whereas value add and opportunistic are farther up the risk spectrum with more development risk, redevelopment and things like that. So that's sort of how we think about Core Plus relative to Core. But with these three candidates that you're going to hear from today, we also do want to highlight that each of those three are a little bit different from one another. Bentall Green Oak is really what we think of as a true Core Plus fund. Their leverage ratio is about 35%. They take on a little bit higher sort of asset level business plan risk, as I just described. They're primarily focused in the traditional sectors, as you'll see, with multifamily and industrial kind of serving as the anchors of those portfolios. But they do also have 27% of their portfolio invested in the alternative sectors. This is a newer fund. It's a slightly smaller fund because of its sort of the vintage, so it's still growing. And so you'll hear from that candidate second today, and you'll see how that story is very sort of Core Plus in nature. The other two candidates, Harrison Street and Kane Anderson, we consider them to be Core Plus candidates within the context of this search because they're not Odyssey funds. They invest solely in alternative sectors. But when you hear from them, you'll notice that their strategy is really, from a risk profile perspective, both of those funds define themselves as core. When it comes to the leverage ratio, the sort of business plans that they're going through at the assets, it's going to be quite similar to what you'll see in core funds like DWS and LaSalle. The main difference is that they're solely invested in alternative sectors. And of course, with Harrison Street, which is a larger fund than Kane Anderson, it is very well diversified across 5 sectors today. Medical office, senior housing, student housing, self-storage, and life sciences. They also plan to add data centers, which you'll hear from them as well. Kane Anderson is a smaller fund relative to Harrison Street, and they're invested in 3 alternative sectors, predominantly in medical office, also in senior housing and student housing. So that's kind of just in a nutshell how we kind of differentiate those 3 candidates from their sector exposures and how we define Core Plus relative to Core.
Could you give us a quick definition of the difference between opportunistic and value-added?
Yeah, so opportunistic is further up on the risk spectrum, so you're taking much higher risk and getting a higher return. In general, opportunistic strategies involve more development, so new construction, redevelopment or adaptive reuse, which is like converting an office building to apartments, for example, would be considered opportunistic.
Build it, they will come.
Yeah. It's all you also take more sort of speculative risk in some of those strategies. But again, the idea is that you're going to be compensated with a higher return. Whereas value add, it's more we're going to take this existing building and we're going to, let's say it's an apartment building, we're going to renovate all the common areas, we're going to renovate the units and put in new lighting and then
faucets.
Exactly. And then we're gonna mark up the rents to achieve that return. Sure.
Are there any further questions? Are we ready to move on to our first presenter?
Yes, Chair. Let me bring them in here and change the slide deck for us.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, our first presentation should be by Harrison Street,
That's correct.
Core Plus Real Estate, present.
And let me pull this up for you. There we go. Let me
I
grab.
think Judy just went to grab them. I'm pretty sure that's where she went.
We've got Mia Davis, Kate Davis, and Mia Dennis. I'm sorry.
Morning.
Good morning.
I have books. Do you want the books? You have them all on your screens. Okay.
Books.
Base.
Would you like a book? I don't need a book. Just book the book. Okay, so I don't have your names on my agenda, and I know you said them. Can I have your names again?
Sure. Oh, sorry. Mia Dennis.
Mia?
Yep. MIA.
And Kate Davis.
Kate. Thank you.
Of course. Okay, good morning. Thank you so much for having us this morning to present our, Harrison Street and our core property fund. As mentioned, my name is Mia Dennis. I am based in the San Francisco Bay Area for Harrison Street. I am in charge of investor and consultant relations. I'm joined here today by Kate Davis, who's a senior portfolio manager for the core fund that we're going to dive into. I'm going to quickly go over a couple firm level slides, and then I'll hand it over to Kate, who will dive into the core fund. Robert, maybe page 4 if you're driving. Oh, maybe the one before. One more prior. I don't know. Our numbers are not. Yep. Sorry. Keep
Too
first
bad.
slide. Yep.
Too bad.
There we go. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so Harrison Street really began in 2005, so focused solely on what we consider alternative real estate assets. So what that means, I know you guys are invested in Odyssey funds, and so you're familiar with what we consider the 4 main food groups of traditional real estate, which is office, industrial, multifamily, and retail. Harrison Street started in 2005 with the sole purpose of not investing in those assets, but really focusing on what we consider demographic-driven, needs-based assets. So specifically what that means for the core fund is that we are investing in student housing, senior housing, self-storage, medical office, and life science. And we have added data centers to that mix as well. We believe that they kind of operate a little bit differently than the traditional property types that are more GDP and economic focused sectors. And we have been cycle tested through both the GFC and the COVID pandemic through both of those cycles. And that has kind of witnessed out what we think is our strengths. We do have a curated operating partner network that we work with on these specialty sectors, and we believe they are best in class. We also believe we are first movers in this alternative real estate space. When we started in 2005, some people thought we were a little crazy because these were not really thought of as being institutional quality assets. We certainly have proved them wrong, as a lot of our competitors now are trying to get into this space. And we believe that that is one of our advantages, is that we have been doing this for quite a long time now. We're up to 20 years of investing in these different asset types. On this page, you'll see that we've got over 100 billion of assets under management, over 500 employees, and we have global offices located throughout the world. We are based in Chicago, where Kate is also based. And Robert, if you flip one more slide, perfect. This is just a snapshot of our investor base, and this really is to show you that we have a diverse global asset base in our investor types. Flipping to the next page, just a quick look at, obviously we're here to talk about our real estate product, but we do have infrastructure and credit products as well. And we have expertise in all 3 of these areas. And then lastly, if we flip one more page, I've talked about that we are an early mover. We really think that we have built a culture of innovation. Our CEO really loves any innovative ideas and thoughts. We've actually had an innovation committee that I was lucky to be a part of the last couple of years, where any employee can put forth new ideas, whether they're strategies or just things to improve processes internally at Harrison Street. And I think that just kind of goes back to his idea of building this company based on this culture of innovation that we all take pride in. And I'll leave you with that we have a global team that is dedicated to providing long-term value. We have deep sector expertise that Kate will get into when we talk about these different sectors, and that we are very forward-thinking on kind of like what's next in our industry and at our company. So with that, I will, if there's no questions on the firm, I will hand it over to Kate, who can dive into the core fund.
Absolutely. And while I go through this, I welcome questions as we're walking through the presentation versus saving everything for the end. I want to be sure that we're addressing all of your questions as we go through it. So I'll start by saying that the Harrison Street Core Property Fund was incepted in November of 2011. So we are just approaching 14 years of operations. We are structured similar to the Odyssey strategies that we were talking about, referring to earlier, in that we are an open-end perpetual life vehicle. We have similar governance around sector allocations, around leverage limitations. The differentiation is, again, our focus on these alternative sectors of real estate. And why that is we see defensive returns from these sectors of real estate, which helps us deliver an attractive current income return to you all with some modest capital appreciation. And we'll go through how the sectors add to that strategy as we walk through the portfolio. But first, I want to give you an idea of the operations behind the scenes. So with that, we can switch to... This is the team behind the strategy. It starts with our investment committee, which is the senior professionals in the organization, along with a rotational member of IC, which is why you see my name up there in the dark blue. And then from there, you see the portfolio management team dedicated to the operations of the fund. You have Joey and me there as senior portfolio managers, as well as a team that is 6 deep that supports the day-to-day analysis and operations of the fund. And in addition to that, we keep our portfolio accounting in-house. As you'll see in a moment, the portfolio is very robust. We have 350 plus assets in the portfolio. And as such, it's very advantageous to have our accounting team literally down the hall, where we can do that analysis in a very timely fashion. Beyond that sits in those boxes these various functions within the rest of the organization, from transactions, 57 professionals there, asset management, 48 professionals, and so on and so forth. And with that, we can dive specifically into the portfolio, which as of 6/30 had $12.6 billion in gross asset value and $9.4 billion in net asset value. And that gets you to the loan to value you see in that top left box of 24.9%, so just under 25%. This is squarely within the target range that we carry our leverage, and comparable again to where the Odyssey Index carries leverage. We have, again, 356 properties in the portfolio, which gets you a very diversified, granular portfolio. As you can see by that map on the bottom right there, you can see that you're not exposed to primary markets, gateway cities here. You really have immense diversification across the country. It also means we have a pretty small average gross investment size of a little under $35 million. So again, immense diversification. And we also have amassed almost 270 investors in the portfolio, so also have a very diverse investor base that's with us in the portfolio. And to go through that sector diversification in the top right there, we have medical office at 26%, student housing at 21%, senior housing at 20%, life sciences at 18%, self-storage at 15%. And as I believe was mentioned earlier, we have petitioned LPs last summer for the incorporation of data centers within the portfolio. We have not yet made an initial investment in that sector, but we do anticipate that happening in the coming quarters. The reason for that being is it's another somewhat new focus from an alternatives perspective. And why we like it is it's also a complement to the long duration lease sectors in the portfolio. And what that means is we have these 5, soon to be 6 sectors in the portfolio. We think about it not just at that individual sector level, but also an allocation to short duration leases versus long duration leases. So short duration would be the 3 S sectors of senior, student, and storage. Those sectors allow us to reprice rents on a more frequent basis. In storage, you're essentially resetting rents on a daily basis based on market feedback. Student, you begin the pre-leasing season with a rental increase in mind, but based on the strength of pre-leasing, you can even increase those rates. And then senior housing, what we're seeing today as market is biannual increases in rate. Those sectors and our allocation are overweight to those short duration lease sectors of about 56% versus 44% long duration, has allowed the fund to keep pace with inflation. It's been very advantageous, particularly over the last several years, to have that ability to reset rents and keep pace with inflation. That is complemented by that 44% allocation to the long duration lease sectors, which act as a bond-like portion of the portfolio. Stable, steady returns, income performance. What we're even seeing there is we've been able to push those escalators that were traditionally 2% to 2.5% to 3%. In the data center space, they're certainly 3% and even higher. So as we incorporate that, we will pull back on medical office and life sciences accordingly to, at least in the near term, keep that overweight to short duration, because again, it's been one of the reasons that the fund has been able to outperform our peers in the last several years.
And so, Kate, on the sector diversification graph up here, these little boxes, those are the target ranges.
Yeah, and those I would say are near-term target ranges. They're not necessarily long-term goals. They're thinking about like 6 to 12 months out. It will take time to fold data centers in. We hope to ultimately build that allocation to 10 to 12% of the portfolio, but we want to do that over the next 4 to 5 years. So that will be a steady, stepped approach.
Thank you.
To take a moment on the portfolio diversification, I know it's of interest to you to see where we are allocated across the country. What I would say as we walk through this is some of this regional focus is less meaningful given our sectors. So as an example, student housing, we are not so focused on whether our student housing is in the East region or the South region so much as what is the strength of the schools we are invested in or at. And similarly, life sciences, you'll see we have exposure in the East and in the West, and that is because those are where the supercluster markets for life science reside. So Boston, Cambridge, San Diego, and the Bay Area are the top 3 markets for life science. That's where we want to be invested. And so you see that from a regional perspective, that's less important. It's more where are those top tier markets that you want to hold assets in. Any questions there? So let's touch upon the debt profile. We discussed the LTV of 24.9%, again, in line with the index. We have a 4.5% weighted average interest rate, which is pretty attractive given the current interest rate environment. And that is largely a function of the fact that we are 96% fixed or floating debt and only 96% fixed rate debt and only 4% floating rate. And so that's insulated the fund very well from rising rates over the last several years. We carry about 2/3 of the fund's debt at the property level and only 1/3 at the fund level. We are looking to increase that to about 50-50 over the next 12 to 24 months. Given that having debt at the fund level gives us more flexibility as we look to dispose of assets. So having less of the assets encumbered at the asset level and more at the fund level. Go ahead.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Yeah.
What's the difference between debt at the fund level and debt at the property level?
So at the property level, it's individual loans on each asset. What that does, though, is let's say we enter into an investment intending to hold it for 10 years. We obtain a loan for 5 years. rather than refinancing for that second 5 years, we can up-level that debt to a fund level instrument. That could be a private placement of debt, a revolving line of credit, a term loan that is backed or collateralized by the pool of assets rather than the individual asset, because then if we decide to sell the asset in year 7, we have that flexibility. We're not encumbered by a loan, which we might have prepayment penalties or yield maintenance costs. So it frees us up to be more flexible with our business plans.
So are you borrowing from yourself in that case?
No.
No.
So private placements of debt are where we go to the market. It's an issuance, and usually insurance companies and that sort of thing participate. They bid to participate and collateralize the loan or support the loan. Alternatively, our revolving line of credit, we have a $700 million revolver. It's backed by 5 banks, a syndicate of 5 banks, and we can draw on that as needed. It carries a very attractive rate of 100 basis points over SOFR. It is floating, so we don't necessarily overuse it, but it is a nice instrument to have at our disposal if we feel like we want to do that in the near term.
Thank you.
Last thing I'll say on the debt profile is that the 25 maturities that are represented here have all been addressed. So we're really looking out now to 2026. Much of what is expiring or maturing next year is private placement debt, which all carries a rate of about 4.5%. So we're really looking at refinancing into fairly attractive debt, all things considered. So with that, we'll go to performance.
I have a question. if I
Absolutely.
can. On that chart, the one anomaly to me as a layperson is 2029. Is that
Yeah.
because of a lot of acquisitions you guys made in that time period prior to that?
No,
Were just all landing
actually,
at that time?
it's a great question. What this is reflecting is fully extended maturities, which means whenever we negotiate a loan, we negotiate flexibility into those loan documents such that the stated maturity might be 2025, but we have the ability to extend out to as far as 2029. So we have extension options on the majority of those property level loans, and the extension options happen to mostly fall in 2029. We could be refinancing or paying off that debt earlier than 2029. So that's why it's a little bit misleading, because it's kind of backweighted as.
Would that spike in the graph tend to move forward if we were to look at this? In other words, it seems to be 5 years out. Are you
Yes, so it
typically, okay.
So as we pay off loans that could be paid off as late as 2029, in 26, 27, you'll see the new extension options for those refinances be as far out as 2030, 2031.
Right.
So it will kind of roll with that. So performance, I'll point you to the chart on the right first, and what this is a scatter plot of quarterly gross total returns for our fund on the left as compared to the Odyssey Index on the right. And what you're essentially seeing here is a much tighter dispersion of those returns, which translates to lower volatility. Lower volatility can be indicated by that standard deviation you see below each of the charts. So you see a standard deviation for the core fund at 3.07% and a standard deviation for the Odyssey at nearly 5%. So that is much lower volatility. Additionally, we look at the correlation of our returns as compared to traditional real estate. Again, those 4 main food groups of real estate via the Odyssey Index. And what you see is a beta of 0.48, which implies a very low correlation of the performance of our assets to traditional real estate. Why we point that out is because we find that when we talk to investors, they are generally investing with us to be a complement to traditional real estate. I know you have a lot of industrial, multifamily currently in your portfolio. So these alternatives and the exposure to alternatives, again, acts as a nice complement because it will perform differently to those traditional sectors. What's more is if you look at the since inception gross total return, we are actually outpacing the index by over 50 basis points with our since inception returns. So you're getting lower volatility, low correlation, but higher total return from our strategy. And then on the right, or I'm sorry, on the left here, we've pulled out the 3-year track record. So on the following pages, we'll show you measuring periods since inception. But we've pulled out the 3-year measuring period because we basically, in looking at that, and these are again 630 numbers, we're isolating the period of interest rate rises. That began in June of 2022. We're now looking at June of 2025 numbers. So in those 3 years, we had immense interest rate increases. What you see here is that the fund experienced a write-down as a result of that of a little over 90 basis points. Meanwhile, traditional real estate, again via the ODC index, experienced a write-down of over 620 basis points. So that is an outperformance to the index of 527 basis points. And again, that just reiterates the durability of these sectors, even in a pretty anomalistic environment. So with that, we can move on to the track record of outperformance. Now, I do want to point out that these are net returns. For compliance reasons, we do have to show you these returns net, and so that they may misalign with some other numbers that you've seen. But with that, what you can see here is just in the 1 year, a significant outperformance. Now, the outperformance is indicated in that spread box at the bottom of the page. So you see 37 basis points of outperformance in the 1 year. Again, the 527 basis points in the 3 year, which we just discussed. But even in the 5 year, which essentially encompasses COVID, you have significant outperformance of over 100 basis points, so on and so forth since inception. We think about total return, but also income return. We know for many of our investors that income is a key component to why they're investing with us. So if we flip to the next slide, you can see we've done the same analysis, but just for income. And what you see here, again, spread box at the bottom of the slide, significant outperformance from an income standpoint of 95 basis points, 3 years, 55 basis points, so on and so forth since inception. And as a matter of fact, we have pulled out and isolated what the performance was quarter by quarter, and in 50 out of the 54 quarters of our operations, we have outperformed the index from an income standpoint. Again, that's the durability, as we've talked through the sectors, the durability of the returns within each of these sectors that's contributing to that significant outperformance. And so with that, I've been referring to these sectors. I'd love to walk you through them. Before I do, were there any questions on the previous slides? Okay, wonderful. So we will start with medical office. Medical office, we have 118 assets in the portfolio in this sector. Current occupancy of 95%, which is a healthy occupancy for these types of assets. Fairly long duration leases. Again, we were speaking to that long duration versus short duration lease exposure. We have 8.3 years of weighted average lease term in this sector. What is important to note is the representative health systems that are listed on this page. Hopefully these are names that many of you recognize, at least some of them. And this is, I think, what differentiates us. We are focused on investing in Class A assets. We are getting away from any investment in multi-tenant kind of strip medical office. And the reason being is that by being invested with the top 1, top 2 health system, hospital system in a market, there's a lot of defensiveness to that. There continues to be consolidation within the space, within the healthcare space, and that could be to the detriment of those smaller assets. So really, these are the assets that will outlast that consolidation and continue to be what draws people to these facilities. And just as a kind of a step back to make sure everyone in the room understands what medical office is, it's really the delivery of services that is ancillary to a major hospital, for example. So that could show up as a hub and spoke model where the hospital is a downtown location. These medical office buildings are in suburbs, for example, or it could be a large campus where the hospital is the center of campus and these assets are adjacent. But what it does is it pushes those services into a safer, more economical environment, usually more comfortable as well for the patient and the provider. And that has been a continued intentional move on behalf of these health and hospital systems over time. So we see increased demand for medical office. I think we all probably are going to the doctor more and more frequently. And so that has continued to drive demand for this space. The next slide is a great...
Before you go on,
Yeah.
how much are you building and how much are you?
Great question. Our next slide is a perfect example. We are mostly, I would say historically we've mostly been an acquirer, but we do enter the medical office space frequently with this pre-leased and therefore de-risked development. So we're participating in the process earlier as a capital partner. We're funding the development of the asset, but a tenant has already been identified, a lease is already signed. So from a development perspective, it's much lower risk. We attribute about no more than 5% of the portfolio to value add and development activity. And it's predominantly, when we do so, it predominantly looks like this, where it, again, the tenant's been identified, we're building, it's a build to suit development for that particular tenant. And we are capturing upside by participating in the construction process, but there's less risk associated than speculative development, for example. And so UCSD, this building, we closed on this opportunity back in May of this year. We are building this asset for UCSD, again, built to suit. It's to their specifications, the services that they want to provide that will complement their other medical office assets within their broader system. This will be a trophy Class A asset. We're really excited, and it has about the best credit you could get because it's not just UCSD on the lease, it's Regents of California that's signing this lease. Yeah.
Can you tell me where you are with UCLA, which is pretty landlocked? Where are your buildings?
We don't have anything with UCLA specifically.
UCLA is.
UCLA Health.
Yeah.
That I would have to go back and look at where exactly that building is. It is not by the water. It is in city proper. But what was your question specifically?
I'm just trying to see what a location would be in
Yeah.
an area that is landlocked. It's UCLA.
Got it. Okay. We will get back to you certainly with a specific location of that asset.
Kate, I wondered, can you mention how you source something like this particular investment at UC San Diego?
Sure thing. So this is a great example too of our partner ecosystem, being that we at Harrison Street have been in this business for 20 years now. We have built an immense partner ecosystem, which is, I think, a major differentiator for us as a firm, but certainly for this fund as well, given that that provides us just organic pipeline for these types of opportunities. So as you can see on this case study, this was brought to us by a partner, PMB, in the space. We've done several deals with them. They are out there as a developer, identifying these tenants and working with health systems that want to continue to expand. They then come to us as a known capital partner, present the opportunity. Obviously, we underwrite it as we would any opportunity, but they're kind of coming to us for a first look because they've worked with us before. We already have documents drafted. We know how to do this. It's a smooth process, and so that, again, just provides us organic pipeline for these types of deals.
And this particular deal is a little larger, 217 million versus the average size
That's right.
of 34 something.
Mm-hmm. That is right. Now, keep in mind the average investment size or asset size. We have some storage assets in there that are 5-10 million. Our life science assets can be much larger. So there's variation within the sectors as to how big an asset is, but this, you're absolutely correct. This is a large asset for the fund.
Thank you.
So next we'll go to senior housing. Senior housing, for those that are maybe less familiar with this sector, can encompass a variety of types of assets. It can start with discretionary, age-restricted, 55-plus communities, moves into independent living, which is somebody moving into a community primarily for the socialization, for the programming, the access to various activities, etc. That then moves to assisted living, where a care element is incorporated. Maybe it's medication management, help getting to meals or showering, and then that could also move to memory care if Alzheimer's, dementia, etc. Sets in. Ends with skilled nursing, end-of-life care. We do not invest in either ends of that spectrum, that being the age-restricted or the end-of-life care. We do everything in between, and we like to have all of that under one roof so that when a resident is moving in, they can age in place. It provides a more seamless experience for them, their families, just a better overall outcome. And so what you see here is our exposure: 13% independent living, 59% assisted, and 28% memory care across our 64 assets in the U.S. We also have current occupancy of 89%. This is actually back to a pre-COVID level, and I already have our Q3 numbers. We're even above the 89%. We're over 90 now. What's interesting about the senior space is, in addition to being one of the short duration lease sectors where we can reprice rents frequently, the demographic dynamics behind this sector provide immense upside going forward, because what we have seen historically from an occupancy standpoint is 89-90%. The sector has never crested 92%, and we are looking out with the supply demand imbalance in this space to see 92% likely at the end of 26, 95% at the end of 27, and we could get even above 95%. Now, what's interesting about senior housing is that any dollar earned over 85% occupancy, 75 cents of that dollar flows through to the bottom line. So it is immensely accretive to get above 85% occupancy and up into 89, 90, 92, 95, what we're talking about. So that has huge benefits to NOI. And in fact, in this sector, we've seen NOI growth, same-store NOI growth over the last 2 years of 30+%. And what we forecasted for the beginning of this year for 2025 was 18%, and we're north of that. We know we'll end the year north of 18%, probably closer to 20% same-store NOI growth. So the expectation is that will continue for the foreseeable future. Our 20% exposure here will probably also increase modestly. We did have a large sale at the end of last year that temporarily brought it down, but we are looking to have about a 22-23% exposure to senior housing over the long term. So given that it'll be about close to a quarter of the portfolio, this is going to really drive returns in the coming years.
Is there a sort of a simple explanation for why that flow through is so high in senior housing, or what's
it's really economies of scale? You have to staff a community to a certain level to accommodate that 85%, but then any incremental occupancy is already addressed with the number of staff that you have in place, with the services you're providing. So it's really just economies of scale for that last bit of occupancy, because the fixed costs are already addressed. So does that make sense?
Within that whole category, where would you place it as? It's not the right word, but it describes affordability. Is upper income?
Great
seniors?
question. So the reason we have median net worth and home value on this slide, which are not terribly meaningful in isolation, but what this indicates is that our portfolio has a net worth about 50% higher than the national average and a home value about 70% higher than the national average. We are completely private pay. And so these folks are funding their stay in these communities with their net worth, with their home value. And these assets are higher end. You can see from the pictures on the next slide, and they're very resort-like. They have immense attraction because it does not feel like what people maybe visualize as a typical senior living community. These are very luxury. And we do have partners that we work with in this space. Again, we've built those relationships over time, and we get organic pipeline from that as well. Oakmont of Santana is a great example of that. This is in addition to a portfolio we've built over the last several years, mostly in California, a couple in Nevada as well. But we've now increased this portfolio to 24 assets. And this is a premier provider of senior in the California market. These assets are very attractive because they have the amenities that a modern senior is looking for. It's not just happy hour, although happy hour is still very popular, but it is the bocce, the pickleball. You know, these are active people, and they want to continue to lead an active lifestyle, and these assets accommodate that.
What percentage of this group is upfront buy-in?
None. We do not have the buy-in approach within the portfolio. Our folks are paying rents to stay, but there's not an equity component to it. Any questions on senior before we move to student?
Just one question on
Yeah.
I think there's somewhat of a perception of senior as kind of higher risk, just given where we went, what we went through with COVID. Can you talk about how you sort of de-risk your senior housing portfolio in the core property fund?
Yes. So certainly all of our communities were impacted to some degree by COVID. Obviously, when you cannot move folks in, but you have natural attrition, that it's the reverse impact of the occupancy discussion we were just having, right? You're well below 85%, so you struggle to have the means to cover even those fixed costs. But the defensiveness around our communities really is that luxury component and the affluence of the markets that we've selected in order to invest in. These are markets where we in addition to those kind of net worth and financial metrics that we look at, we're looking at the population, the resident base itself. How many people are moving in from the direct area? How many people are moving in because their adult children live in the area? So there's a lot of analysis that goes into why we're selecting a community in a particular market.
And I also think because it's a very difficult decision to have to move someone into any sort of senior living, as grand as some of these are. So the decision typically is with adult children, and right, like they want to be close to their parents. So it's a difficult decision to have them move into a place like this. But I think what Kate was talking about with the different levels of care, it's sort of a nice idea to move them in while they were still able to go down for their meals by themselves. And then if needed, and as they age there, they might need a little more maintenance and a little more help. And then if the Alzheimer's dementia works in, then they can stay where they are in these assets. And I think that becomes very attractive for the adult children who are helping their parents make this decision, that this is kind of their one stop.
I think investing in assets like what you see here on this slide is important because this is what seniors are looking for now when they move into a community. They want something that is reminiscent of their house, and that is creating some obsolescence, frankly, with lower end communities in that you cannot CapEx your way out of or create wider hallways, taller ceilings. Those have to be something that was built into the asset when it was constructed. So there is, unfortunately, one of the things at play with that supply-demand imbalance is that some of the current supply is becoming obsolete because folks that are entering into these communities opt for this rather than older, kind of staler communities.
So I want to give a time check here,
Yes.
about 10
minutes?
12 more minutes-ish to
Do that.
45
Yes.
minutes.
We started at 9:45, so that's
10
about
or
it. 10.
10 good? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's move to student housing. We have 61 assets across the country, 40 universities. We're located at 40 universities. A fairly young portfolio at 8.71 years average age. Occupancy here, a little misleading because this is a summer occupancy. Where we trend typically is the 93 to 95% occupancy, which is a very healthy occupancy for the sector. What I think is important to note is that 79% at this point of our off-campus portfolio is located at Power 4 or conference universities. why that is that through we have an extensive research department, and through several years of research, what we've really seen is that these universities are what we call enrollment takers. They are benefiting from increased applications, increased enrollments. Unfortunately, as a function, they're stealing enrollment effectively from smaller state schools, smaller liberal arts schools. And why that is because these universities offer the full spectrum of the college experience. So not only are they a great education, they're the top state school in their respective state, great education, but also great sports teams, access to culture, wonderful social life. So the full, well-rounded experience that students and their families today are really looking for, and relatively affordable, all things considered. So we have continued to leg into that as our thesis going forward. If you looked at our dispositions, we did have a handful of those smaller student assets or assets at smaller universities, and we've gone away from that and are really focusing going forward on this. And Hub Blacksburg, the case study we have, is a great example of that. This is a very large asset we acquired in September of 22. It's 1,500 beds, very highly amenitized, very proximate to campus. Virginia Tech is a school that continues to garner enrollment. And so we've seen strong rent growth here as a result of that, and continue to be, as you can see, we were 100% pre-leased for this year, continues to be a high demand asset on that campus. Yeah.
Given like the University of Chicago, of course that's has its own little problems, how are you planning for universities that are possibly paring back given this environment?
Are you referring to international students?
I'm referring to the decline of enrollments at some of the universities, whether it's international students, et cetera. I mean, how is the research department looking ahead for that?
Yeah, so we have done extensive analysis around international students as an example. Where we see higher concentrations of international students, those schools are simply accepting more domestic students. So they're not seeing a hit to their enrollment because they receive so many applications. I mean, some of these schools have acceptance rates of 8%. They're receiving so many applications that even if some of those international students can't come, elect not to come, they can more than accommodate additional domestic students and come out the same on the other side of things. Yeah.
I have the same question again on UC Berkeley.
Yeah.
Where would your building or buildings be?
So we have 6 pretty small assets. It's a portfolio of assets at UC Berkeley. They're all proximate to campus. One is directly across the street. The rest are kind of within several blocks of campus. UC Berkeley, I would say, honestly, is a challenged school, challenged market. That portfolio is
aware of that.
Yeah. That portfolio, 356 assets in the portfolio. That portfolio has been on our watch list for the last several years because of the dynamics with the city of Berkeley itself. There's the vacancy tax that they instituted, other kind of rent control issues. We continue to pay very close attention. That said, the school continues to garner enrollment, so it should be a stronger campus, but that is an area where we've had keen focus for sure.
Will you define recapitalization?
It's a change of the capital stack. So we took out one of the partners that was in this during the development of the asset, and we replaced them as ownership. You could look at it that way as well. Yeah. All right, life sciences. Life sciences, we have 25 assets. Again, I want to reiterate that we are primarily invested in those cluster markets, super cluster markets, which is why you see, for example, MIT, Stanford Research as tenants, because we are in Boston, Cambridge, the Bay Area, and San Diego. Those have become hubs of life science activity because of their exposure to universities, but also venture capital, talent that comes out of those universities. It's all critical to the success of the life science assets. Long duration leases, 10.7 years weighted average lease term, young assets, 6.5 years average age, and 99% occupancy within our stabilized portfolio. Names on the page, really just strong credit within our tenant base in life science, and a great example of that is Osborne Triangle, which is our case study here. It's 3 assets within Cambridge, Massachusetts, 3 assets, 1 portfolio. And I think what underscores the strength of this asset is the fact that we have Pfizer and Novartis as our flagship tenants here, but they have withstood significant increases to rent in place. You can see Pfizer renewed at a 56% increase to rent in place, and Novartis at a 101 increase to rent in place. That is how much they want to be at this asset in this market. And keep in mind, for these types of tenants, real estate is a pretty small line item in the grand scheme of their P&L. So it is worth it to them to pay up to increase rent to market rent to continue to stay in the asset where they have invested millions and millions of dollars, but also just be in that market. And then last but not least, storage. We have 88 assets in storage, 81% current occupancy. Occupancy will ebb and flow in storage given the dynamic of pricing. But what we, again, do partner with top tier partners within the space that really can optimize their pricing strategies so we can recognize as much return from the sector as possible. And another kind of indicative value add opportunity that we pursued is this Lockup Nokomis. Lockup is a partner that we have several assets with in the Chicago market as well as the Florida market. They approached us with this asset in Sarasota that was in lease up. We underwrote it fairly conservatively. We were expecting to not see positive NOI until July of this year, when in fact we actually saw positive NOI starting in September of last year. So asset is completely outperforming our expectations, which is always nice to see. And again, this opportunity presented itself as a reflection of that operating partner relationship. So it was sort of an off-market opportunity, which we also benefit from competitive pricing as a result there. So with that, I know we're close on time. I want to make sure we address any questions before kind of flipping through these slides, which...
On the occupancy on that lockup, was there a reason that one's so low?
It is in lease up, so it was a new asset that was leasing up, filling up when we acquired it. So it's actually outpacing our occupancy projections, but it is low relative simply because it's in that lease up. I would expect in another year this asset to be in the 80s.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're looking ahead, data centers and grid capacity.
Mm-hmm.
How are you planning to appropriately geographically position yourself?
Yes. So how we are thinking about data centers in this portfolio is simply powered shell with access to power already procured. So that is what we feel is the most real estate of data center investments. Data centers can encompass a lot of shapes and types of assets. So powered shell would be a triple net lease, long-term tenant. We would not acquire something that had the risk of the power yet to be procured. So our investments would have the power already associated and locked down with the asset. So this effectively becomes a triple net lease investment with just higher rent escalators, top credit on the leases. And given that, we can't emphasize enough that these sectors of real estate that we invest in are demographically driven. They operate and perform differently, and data centers are very much a demographically driven. It's the reflection of how we as a society are putting everything in the cloud and will continue to do so, along with autonomous vehicles entering the picture and technologies we probably aren't even yet fully aware of. I mean, that's where the future of our society is. And so we want to dedicate at least a portion of this portfolio to that type of investment.
What's your exit?
We have a redemption queue of about 474 million currently. However, we will have a payout going out the door on October 25th. Just determined yesterday that'll be 134 million, so that will bring us down to under 350.
So I
think it'll take another couple of quarters. We've been very diligent about paying off our redemption queue. In totality, since rates began rising, we've received almost $2 billion in redemptions. We funded that back out mostly through disposition activity, and all of those were very strategic. We had a list, I would say, that we were working off of strategic dispositions. But we've been able to recognize liquidity in the space. Our asset classes are very attractive, and so we've addressed most of that queue. I think it'll take us a couple of quarters more to fully extinguish it. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any further questions from the trustees at this time?
Oh, the sovereigns as investors.
Yes. Which countries?
Yes.
We have a pretty broad base of investors. Certainly a number of European investors. We do have some investors out of the Middle East as well as Asia, Japan, Korea.
Governments, families.
Yes, both.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate
At this point,
the time.
we'll take a 10-minute break. We got a 5. We have, do I hear 6? We'll take a 5-minute break. So we'll come back here at 10:45.
Yeah, that clock's not quite right.
More time.
Oh, still, I mean, by that clock. Let's try to get this thing rolling here.
Carry
We're going to try to keep it to an hour and leave with time at the end for questions. So 45 minutes. And then there'll be probably 15 minutes of questions.
Okay.
I don't need melatonin at night.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay. Great. Good morning, everybody. Thank you.
Oh, hold on.
Oh.
Got fire down there. Very good.
Okay, are we ready? Okay, we're back in session here, and we have our next presentation from Benthal Green Oak. And, gonna need my glasses. John? Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for having us. First, I wanted to introduce a couple of people that are with us today. Candida Hobrix, who's our head of West Coast Investor Relations, who's based in our San Francisco office. With me is my co-founder and co-portfolio manager of this fund that we're going to talk about, Dara Friedman, who's also in our San Francisco office. I'm Jonathan Epstein. I'm managing partner of BGO, co-founder, co-PM, as I said, of our U.S. Core Plus fund. I also happen to run our entire U.S. business now as of April 1st, so all equity investing across the platform. We'll talk about a little bit about this. I'll let Dara do a little more detail, and then I'll give you a little of my background, and then we'll jump in.
Hi, nice to see you all and meet you all. I'm Dara Friedman. I'm based in our San Francisco office. I've lived and worked in San Francisco for over 25 years, all in real estate. And I've been with BGO for the last 9 years. And as Jonathan said, worked on architecting this fund about 6 years ago, and we launched in December of 2020. So we're 5 years into the fund now.
And as I mentioned, managing partner, I'm one of the original founding partners of the predecessor firm called Green Oak, which is how we came to become Benthal Green Oak in a merger, and now we've shortened it for email purposes to BGO. I'm based in our Los Angeles office and have been in that office for about 20 years overall. BGO, just to introduce, actually before, let me back up. I wanted to thank our friends at Callan for including us in this process and getting a chance to meet all of you. But we wanted to take the opportunity to introduce us and our platform. Callan knows us very well from our different investment vehicles that we have around the world. So our firm today is $89 billion of AUM. We're a global real estate manager with extensive operations in Europe, Canada, the United States, and Asia, and emerging in Australia. We have over 750 investors in the platform worldwide, over 25 offices. In the U.S., we have approximately $39 billion of assets between equity and credit, so loan financing businesses as well, and that $39 billion represents about 300 and a little less than 350 assets in total. And I now have responsibility for all of that, as I mentioned, as of April 1st.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Just means all the problems roll uphill. And the prior 2 years, I was sort of working in a co-role with one of my partners. In the United States, we have 8 offices. We have a senior partner in each office that's lived and worked in those areas for 25 years on average. We also have a senior asset management person in each of those offices. And I think that's a little of what we would call our secret sauce or competitive advantage. In the United States, we own about 17,000 apartment units among all of our different investment vehicles. We own 123 million square feet of logistics space, both dry and cold. And several million square feet of medical office, life science. We also have some traditional office buildings, some hotels, and some of the closed-end vehicles as well. All of that information and data we view as very important to our investment process and our asset management process. We have extensive, as Dara will talk about, data science and research teams. They, of course, obtain data from third parties, but a lot of data comes from our own internal resources, and we think that just makes us a little bit better investors, and it also helps us know when to sell sometimes when it's time to move on from an asset as well. The other thing I would note, we are very large managers for several California pension funds. You may have seen CalPERS made a public announcement in June after their board meeting. We have the different investment vehicle, but it's their number one performing real estate vehicle over the last 10 years. It's about $6.5 billion of assets, primarily in logistics. And CalSTRS is also a very large investor with us in different investment vehicles as well. And our proximity, having teams in San Francisco and LA, has helped us a lot, obviously, with being able to be available for meetings and things in California. This fund, and one of the reasons that I took over April 1st, is this fund has become a flagship for us in the U.S. and a very important vehicle for us. So I thought it would be good have Dara introduce a couple other members of the team. We're not a big team, but then also talk about how our hub and spoke model of all the different groups that support us and how our investment process works.
Thanks. As Jonathan said, we do employ a hub and spoke model across all of our investment strategies in the U.S., no different for our Core Plus fund. Not here with us is Will Headley, who is a portfolio manager on our fund as well. He sits in New York, and Matt Finelli, who's an associate on our portfolio management team. And the portfolio management team runs investment strategy and an oversight of asset management. We work very closely with our asset management team in the U.S., our acquisitions team. Our asset management team is designed by property type, and our acquisitions team is designed by markets. And then we'll work with our data science and research team, and all of this informs a very robust investment process where we meet weekly, we go through pipelines, we'll usually approve an investment within 2 weeks, and then we set a due diligence date, run the diligence process, go to our investment committee. Both Jonathan and I sit on our investment committee, and the average tenure of the other 4 members on the committee is about 35 years of real estate industry experience. So a very experienced committee running each investment in the portfolio.
And if we go to page 8, yeah, there we go. So how do we tie this all together, and how has this benefited us and our investors? We're very proud of our performance here, as you'll see. 10.4% gross return since inception, 8.8% net return in the SEC requires we use the highest fee load when we calculate that. Again, going to what are our competitive advantage, we're very much our DNA as a middle market investor. You're not going to see us doing large public to private transactions and doing big leverage buyouts and things like that. Our average purchase size of transaction is $51 million. The way the research and all of that data that I talked about and all those units comes together is really this next item, the 7.6% CAGR, so compounded growth of our net operating income of our assets. This is since inception. This is actual experience. We think it's very much a differentiator. And I think what it shows is we bought the right assets in the right submarkets and we managed them well. And that's continuing, and we'll talk a little more detail of how that breaks down by asset type. The fund size right now is at $2.2 billion of gross asset value, or $1.4 billion of net asset value. We have no redemption queue. We have actually a queue in right now of about $200 million of equity. We have a little less than 40 investors today. We've only had 3 investors redeem. One was a full redemption, which was a $10 million investment. They were an original investor. They were a family office out of Asia. That $10 million went into an opportunistic fund in Asia that we have, so the money didn't leave BGO. And the other 2 were pension funds that needed some liquidity after their lockup periods extended for commitments they had made in closed-end funds. So we were able to provide some partial liquidity as people needed. But that's been in total $32 million that has redeemed. Most of our investors have actually added money into the fund as the years have gone on, and we're very proud of that. The other thing which we note here and on page 9.
We have a question.
Sure.
Would you speak to your, excuse me, would you speak to your...
in terms of Asia investors?
Just in terms of locations and asset distribution in Asia.
Well, this fund is only United States, if that. But in Asia, we have a very large teams in Korea, Tokyo, Hong Kong, and Australia. And we operate there in value-added opportunistic funds. And we do have a closed-end Core Plus fund in Japan that buys apartment buildings in Japan, but not at all related to this.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I jump in?
Sure.
We've had quite a few companies come present to us in the last few months, and I think you might be one of 2 that does not have a redemption queue. I think you were getting to explaining why, that they're actually going more in than pulling out.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that attributes to that? Because it seems abnormal to us.
It is abnormal in the industry. We're proud of that we're a little abnormal here. Its performance, I think and we'll talk about the portfolio as it sits today, because obviously there's been a decline in real estate values over the last several years as interest rates rose. We'll actually show you how that's affected us and what the positives are to the existing portfolio. And I think also because a lot of investors worldwide, or at least our investors in our fund and those that are looking at us today, understand the investment themes and the way we invest, and feel very comfortable with that. We've seen a global movement of core investors moving to Core Plus more because of the illiquidity that happened in the last few years in core and not being able to get distributions. And on the flip side, firms that traditionally invested in opportunistic or value add for higher returns took on a lot higher risk and didn't really truly appreciate how much risk they were taking on. So we've seen a movement to the middle, to Core Plus.
I think one other point is we started the fund in December of 2020, so we have no pre-pandemic asset valuations, no pre-pandemic assets, and I think that's helped with some of the visibility on value in our fund.
Yeah, no legacy assets has been a big thing for people. And you can see on the outperformance, so starting since inception, we have outperformed the Odyssey Index, which I know you're core investors, so you'll appreciate that, but a little over 700 basis points outperformance in the last 5 years. Trailing 3-year, more than that, 800 basis points, and the trailing 1 year, 175 basis points. You'll see later, we're very lowly levered, so this is really about selecting the right assets in the right markets and managing them well.
So I do just want to mention, not to rain on BGO's parade here, but those are great returns. They come from the first 2 years of the fund's inception. We can see that in Callan's documents. I just want to mention that as well.
Yeah. And we did, as of midnight last night, we got our third quarter numbers. So we're at 1.3% for that quarter, for the prior quarter. Positive. 20, we would have been 20 basis points higher other than from a debt mark to market. So we hedged some of our loans because interest rates have been dropping the last several weeks. Hopefully you make money on the asset and you lose money on the hedge and they offset. Doesn't work out perfectly every time. So we have a little volatility in there, but it's not bad. It averages somewhere around 10 to 15 basis points per quarter, positive or negative.
Thank you.
And I think page 9 gives a good view of our return in the year-to-date, 1 year, and 3 year. But what's not on this page is our income return. We've held steady around 1%, even as interest rates have risen. And you get a little volatility in debt mark to market, but our income return has held steady because we've hedged or fixed most of our debt.
I want to talk about how we define.
Sure. So another part of our strategy is on page 10. We did spend a lot of time when we architected this investment strategy thinking through how to define what Core Plus is. BGO is a manager of both value add and core. So we manage across the risk spectrum. And for Core Plus, we're really focused on mid-risk, mid-return investments at the asset level. To us, there's one really bright line across our platform, which is capital improvement. In general, value-add funds you'll see invest 20% or more of GAV in capital improvements. Our value-add funds have generally invested 40 to 50%, meaning for every dollar they invest, they'll spend 40 to 50 cents rescripting the building and the asset. On the core side, that's generally 0 to 3%. And then in our space, it's usually 5 to 15% of CapEx as a percent of GAV. Our fund over the last 5 years, we've averaged around 5%. So we've been able to take less capital improvement risk, just given some of the dislocation that we've invested in the market.
And just to add a couple of points here. So when we started architecting the Core Plus Fund 6 years ago, we did it at the time because of a capital markets reason. We had a big value add business, which was closed-end funds, investing in fairly high-risk properties, doing a lot of construction and redesigning and re-tenanting the buildings. We like to say in value add, your capital sort of drives an outcome. You make most of your return on the sale of the asset after you've re-tenanted it. And then we had a big core fund business, which was $10 billion Odyssey fund on the core side. At the time in value add, and we were looking at this from 2011 to 2019, there was about $50 billion US a year committed to closed-end value add funds. And value-add funds add in the value, and then they need to sell it to the next logical holder. And we've sort of defined that core plus space for us as that mid-risk, mid-return holder. And we felt there was a very large opportunity if you had several $100 billion of capital that would need a home after the value was added. And that's how we originally started it. The last 2 years have been a little bit different, and we'll talk about the valuation comment and how that's affected it. Because of the illiquidity in the core space, we've bought all core assets, but at very high return, what we would consider value-add return levels for the last 2 years. And we'll talk about, give some of the examples of that as well as we progress. Any questions there? Okay, we'll move on to page 12. This is what we call our house themes page. And I want to point out, this is not just for this fund. These themes carry through all of our equity investment vehicles, as well as the majority of our credit vehicles as well, and to where we look to lend to sponsors. So we've had a very strong view for the last several years that the U.S. is undersupplied in housing, anywhere from 4 to 7 million units, depending upon what research reports you look at. And demographics have been shifting. People are moving, and we see that in our research and our data science. But one of the common themes you'll see in any of our asset classes is affordability. And what we saw as interest rates rose significantly, the affordability component for housing in particular became much more difficult. So a number of our early investments in multifamily housing, we had targeted mostly garden-style apartments on the coast of the United States, mainly because no one's really building them anymore because they use a lot of land. But what we found was that demographic, the next move would not be to another apartment building for another 4 weeks of concessions or something. It would be to buy a house. And so when we were doing our investment committee analysis, typically it was a 50% premium for someone to afford a home in that local area. Well, today that's closer to 200% because we went from a 3% mortgage rate to a high 6-7% mortgage rate. Plus, as I'm sure you're aware, and you've seen big rise in property taxes throughout the U.S. post-COVID, as well as a very large rise in property insurance. So when you start adding that up, it became more and more difficult for people to afford that. So that's been we've targeted that demographic in the types of buildings that we bought. And we like to say more second urban. So we're not buying in gateway cities. We're typically buying around employment centers, but they have great transportation infrastructure. And we want to make sure people can get to their jobs, but it's affordable for them. So it's not workforce housing, but it's not luxury housing either. It's that sort of Class A minus, Class A housing that we would consider. It's not high rise. We don't own any high rises or luxury where you're taking a lot of capital risk in those transactions as well. Our second big theme has been power and logistics. Several years ago, we started a very large data center business in Europe. And we've been obviously monitoring what the announcements and what's been happening in the U.S. And one of the things that we saw was greater and greater power consumption. And again, going to the coast of the U.S., you may have enough power generation, but not enough power transmission. Running power transmission lines, very similar, try and get easements to run railroad lines. In a lot of areas, you could never do that again. And so we started identifying power as a very strong investment thesis for the types of buildings, logistics buildings, R&D or manufacturing buildings like you would have in Silicon Valley, that those buildings that had excess power or heavy power were going to become museum pieces longer term because you would not be able to replicate those buildings. And we've seen that really exemplified here in California the most, but we do see it on the East Coast as well in a lot of high population areas. And that sort of guided us in terms of what we do in some of our investing related to that. And then on the logistics side, as I mentioned early on, we have 123 million square feet of logistics, tremendous amount of data. We have very specialized teams within that space. As an example, in the cold storage space, which is storing food and pharmaceuticals, we're the largest investor and developer in the world in that space globally. And we have teams that are specifically dedicated to that business. And then in the life science space, we have invested in buildings where they manufacture things. So manufacturing medicines, drugs, medical devices. So that's we call the CGMP spaces as well. And then finally, healthcare. So we have been investors in medical office on campus at hospitals and off campus, both development and acquisition for about 22 years as a firm. We have a gentleman that runs that group in our Washington, D.C. office. Tremendous relationships with hospital systems throughout the country. and across different vehicles, we are large investors in that space, mainly the demographic trends and what's happening. They're all high acuity, meaning they typically have an outpatient surgery center or an imaging center, or ideally both. We've got about 10,000 people a day turning 65 in the US. I think it's about 6,000 a day that are turning 80. And so the amount of visits to doctors, and given the insurance mechanisms, more and more is moving out of the hospital into an outpatient setting. And we think that continues to benefit the way we invest in the space and following demographics and the spending that comes along with it.
I think to complement investment themes on page 13, we have set out to construct the portfolio with specific investment profiles. And we try to be about 1/3 of each of these different profiles, which are income, growth, and upside. Income investments are generally cash flow oriented, long-term leased. We'll go through a case study on page 34 of a medical office building, which we recently acquired. Growth investments are usually about half cash flow oriented, half appreciation oriented. We have a recent multifamily investment in San Francisco, which we acquired, and we'll go through that case study in a bit. And then upside is a combination of both growth and income. We have another example of that on page 33 of a long-term leased pharmaceutical cold storage and manufacturing building, which we acquired outside of DC. And that's upside because that tenant wants to expand on the site. So that would be the upside in that particular transaction. And then page 14, you can see how these investment profiles combine with the different themes. So in our multifamily portfolio, most of that portfolio is growth oriented. Again, we're focused on that delayed first-time home buyer as a renter. Maintaining affordability metrics for that renter is important to us. Our average rent-to-income ratio in our portfolio is around 4.5 times. The power and logistics portfolio is primarily income and upside, and then our medical office portfolio is primarily income-oriented, so very steady cash flow sub-portfolio. In the next couple pages, I'll go through a little more detail on our multifamily portfolio, our power and logistics portfolio, and then our medical office portfolio. So on page 15, you can see our housing portfolio. Today we have about 12 assets, 3,500 units, and the portfolio is 94% occupied today. Our projected NOI growth over the next 2 years is 22%. That's not our projections. That's actually from our third-party appraisals. And we've been able to achieve those rates historically. As you can see, our historic NOI growth going back to the 7.6 that Jonathan mentioned initially. In the multifamily portfolio, we've had about 9% income growth annualized over the last 5 years. Our portfolio is valued at 27% below replacement cost. So again, as Jonathan said, these are markets where it's difficult to build and replicate these assets, so they do become museum pieces. And our portfolio rent-to-income ratio is 4.5 times, which is very healthy and allows us to continue to achieve the market rent growth in our asset base. And then more importantly, using our resources for access, over 60% of this portfolio was sourced off-market, so completely off-market from a pricing perspective.
And I would just add, achieving 9% NOI growth is extraordinary for multifamily overall over the time horizon. But we were able to do that because of when the interest rates started, or I should say started to end their rise, but getting at the high point on mortgage rates, we saw renewal rates, so people staying and renewing, the rental increases actually outpaced trade-out rents. Historically, for the prior 25 or 30 years in the US, trade-out rents increases were always higher than renewal rents. But because people are staying in their apartment longer, we're getting higher increases on that, which is part of the growth in NOI.
And then on page 16, you can see our...
Question.
Oh, sorry.
For some markets, there is an insurance crisis for part of California. How are you dealing with those potential complications?
So we have an insurance team internally as part of our asset management team. We actually just finished negotiating a couple of weeks ago the annual renewals. Because of our scale, we get pretty discounted pricing. And so we work with groups like Marsh on the risk analysis, and then they look at the overall portfolios. We've been able to drive costs lower, a lot lower than sometimes where if we have an operating partner and they only own 3 or 4 buildings in terms of their own insurance, but we're delivering tens of millions of square feet to the insurance company to diversify their exposure. So we've continued to, it's increasing, but we have dramatically slowed down those increases in the last few years versus competitors that are smaller footprint.
I'll add that the numbers that you see here when we're referencing income growth, that is after insurance expenses.
Yep.
So we have taken insurance cost increases throughout our portfolio, including in our multifamily portfolio. As Jonathan said, it's increased, but not as substantially as if we didn't have the broader portfolio leverage with the insurance companies. Okay. On page 16, you can see our power and logistics portfolio. Again, this is primarily our industrial portfolio, and we're heavily invested in a few different industrial subtypes. Cold storage is one of them, and then, as Jonathan said, advanced manufacturing and R&D assets are a big part of our thesis and theme. So these are where generally tenants are making and storing pharmaceuticals, medical devices, semiconductors, and the like. This portfolio includes 19 assets and 3.5 million square feet. It's 90% occupied as of today. It's valued at 19% below replacement cost. Again, they're very difficult assets to replace as well. We are carrying a 26% mark to market in this portfolio, so the existing rents are about 26% below market. And then we've achieved over the last 2 years 23% rent increases on the rents that have come to market with those tenants. So we feel confident in our ability to continue that growth in this sub-portfolio. One thing I would mention here is a lot of these tenants invest a lot in the buildings that they're in, so they're very sticky. And we do see on average about an 83% investment of capital to GAV in the sub-portfolio, meaning if we buy a building for $100 million, a tenant will put $83 million of their own money into the building for manufacturing and the specific uses of what they're doing in the building.
Give you a couple of quick examples. We have a pharmaceutical manufacturing company in the Washington, D.C., Baltimore corridor. We bought the building for $40 million. They make vaccines, and they had invested in an aseptic line, which takes 2 years to get the FDA to approve and cost $75 million. After we closed on the deal, they came to us for landlord approval because they were going to install a second aseptic line for another $75 million. So they ended up putting $150 million into the building that we bought for $40 million. The company ended up getting bought by a very large investment grade healthcare company, so we also got to step up in credit, but that was unrelated to that. And an example here on the power side in the investment, Silicon Valley, earlier in the year we closed on a transaction where the building had 6,000 amps of power. And the tenant spent 2.5 years and $30 million with the power utility to upgrade the substation. They were putting part of their corporate data center and their labs. They do some chip design for NVIDIA and things as a subcontractor in that building. They spent $30 million to do that. We bought the building for $35 million. And they're a AA credit on a brand new 10-year triple net lease. So we feel very good about that. So you can see that through a number of our buildings in the portfolio with very similar stories around that.
Question, below replacement cost, is that to purchase a like facility, or is that what it's going to cost a tenant to move?
It would be to rebuild the facility.
With tenant improvements?
Including land.
Including land, usually I would say with about half of the tenant improvements if it's like for like, because some of them are specific to the tenant.
Yeah. What would be a traditional landlord delivery? So we call warm shell. That's usually what we run our replacement cost numbers to.
And about 66% of these investments were sourced completely off market, including the Silicon Valley one that Jonathan mentioned.
Cold call.
Well, I think we have 8 offices
People
in the
know us.
U.S. and the team has been around a long time, so people lean on their operating networks and just experience in the industry. I think also because we started the fund in late 2020 when not a lot of people were active, we had a lot of credibility for transacting when there was volatility. So we continue to get business from that. On page 17, you can see our medical office portfolio. This is a 7-asset portfolio today and growing. We're about 420,000 square feet and 95% occupied. This particular portfolio is valued below replacement cost as well, at 32% below replacement cost. One of the things we monitor in our medical office portfolio is high acuity, so that generally means surgery centers in the buildings to have these higher acuity outpatient procedures, really strong regional or national tenants that anchor the buildings, and strong demographic footprints, so high incomes, high average household incomes, or private pay models that can surround and beef up the credit of the buildings and the tenants who occupy them. And then I'll just add that 47% of this portfolio was acquired off market. I think if you flip to page 19, you can see in the pie charts how our portfolio breaks down by property type and by market. So roughly 44% of the portfolio in multifamily. The other half of the portfolio is primarily healthcare and power and logistics. So you'll see the R&D and advanced manufacturing component that's specifically 13%. And then the industrial portfolio is about 7% of traditional industrial, 9% cold storage, and then 13% where tenants are alternative oriented. So those are generally tenants who are making medical devices and on occasion battery technology and parts in industrial buildings. And then on page 21, you can see how our portfolio lays out throughout the U.S. by market and property type. So pretty diverse and specific selection of locations and assets. What's not on here, we've been very active over the last quarter, and since June, we've actually acquired and committed almost $120 million. What's not on here is 2 medical office buildings in Austin and Atlanta. We have an advanced manufacturing asset that we're under contract on in Raleigh. And then again, that San Francisco multifamily investment, which we closed very recently, about a week ago.
Boy, the whole center of the United States is left out of your portfolio.
We're still looking.
Yeah, we do have a cold storage investment in Chicago. And we are, actively looking in those markets as well.
We spent time in Denver, Salt Lake City, other
Colorado,
markets.
Yeah.
Leave
that one out.
Yeah. But everybody else knows about it. So if the price is a little tighter, we're very careful going in. But yeah. We can jump to probably page. Sorry. Question?
Could you elaborate a little bit on the R&D advanced manufacturing composition
Of the portfolio?
Yeah.
Yeah, so those assets we have detail on that on page 18. You can see the assets, the locations, and the values. We also included a little bit of detail on the tenant investment as a percent of GAV. That's an important metric. And then the lease terms in each of those assets are fairly long dated. So it's a pretty diverse portfolio. I think the users and tenants are very interesting.
We could actually go through it really quickly if you want.
Yeah,
so if you 2210 Faraday's in Carlsbad, California. We have Roche as the main tenant. It's 50% of their medical manufacturing in the Western United States. They've invested a little over $30 million in the building. It's another one interesting. We bought for about $35 million. Building has 10,000 amps of power. We think it would be almost impossible to replicate that power and get that allocated from the utility. It would probably take 5 to 7 years minimum to try and get that.
Yeah, on that building, an average building of that size would have about 1,200 amps of power. An average R&D building of that size has around 2,600 amps of power, so significantly above market power.
825 Stewart.
That's where the plus power.
Yep.
The buildings.
Yeah.
Because it almost doesn't matter if Roche, which is a very strong credit, were to move out tomorrow, we'd probably have a dozen companies, and I'm not exaggerating that would want to take that space because they can't get that power in that area in North San Diego.
Yeah. And same thing with 825 Stewart is actually leased to Apple in Sunnyvale. That has 6,000 amps of power. Again, the same dynamic there. That was a long-term lease asset where they do R&D in that building, so they product test. They don't allow us to see much.
Wind tunnels, heat rooms, and cold rooms. The only building in Silicon Valley Apple has that has those components.
Yeah.
So we know they're probably testing phones and other things.
Yeah.
Met Center 15, Tokyo Electron.
Yeah, that was actually when we acquired that investment, it was leased to Progressive Insurance as a call center. And we knew the building had 10,000 amps of power, and they vacated, and we were able to, within 6 months, put Tokyo Electron in half of their space, and we're continuing to finish that lease up with other semiconductor type users and advanced manufacturing uses.
It's in the park directly next to the Austin Airport in Austin, Texas. If anyone's flown into there, there are now 6 data centers in that park. It has 2 different power delivery substations from 2 different utilities that come in. So it has backup power already. So a lot of data centers have been positioned there. And our buildings, they all look the same. It's interesting. They're all different in the inside, but the outsides all look the same. And it was a big theme for us coming into that we knew we would always have tenant demand if we had the excess power that was there, because it's difficult in Texas to get power allocation. They've now switched the model, so power goes with the tenant, not with the building. These are grandfathered, so power is with the buildings, which is very valuable.
Fremont was actually the investment Jonathan had mentioned earlier.
Siemens.
Siemens is the credit, and that they upgraded the power in their building to have the in-house corporate data center and R&D.
So you can see common themes of all these. Are very large companies, strong investment grade credits, long-term leases, and a lot of capital invested by the tenant in the building. In the interest of time, why don't we jump to page 23? Just something we took the liberty, I assume Callan may have done this, but we overlaid our portfolio on your 2 core investments just to give you a sense of what it would look like post. We sort of took a guess at the dollar amount coming in. They give you a sense you would be, around 30, the 2 big ones, 32% housing and about 28% overall traditional industrial if we layered in the U.S. Core Plus Fund. And then we're going to jump to the value page. I think goes to the comment earlier about the first 2 years and the returns. So we have about 3 pages here we'll cover really quickly. One is the mark-to-market, which drives on page 24. And that really drives our net operating income growth in each of our assets. And these are not our numbers. These are from our third-party valuation firms and their appraisers, so they're independent numbers. But we roll them up every quarter to take a look at it. Currently, we have about a 22% mark-to-market in our commercial portfolio. On average, we have beat every single number on the commercial side projected by the appraisers by several percentage points. And then our multifamily portfolio on the right is about 11% mark-to-market. And of course, those move around every quarter, but the buildings are always trying to achieve that mark-to-market, and that mark-to-market's always moving based upon what's happening in the area. And more specifically to the comment on page 25, when rates started to move, and look, we had the benefit of coming in post-COVID with no legacy assets. We bought 95% of what we bought were multifamily, industrial, life science, medical office, and they've done very well. We bought the right assets, right time, and vintage is everything in the real estate space. But you'll see we suffered with a 100 basis point backup in valuation rates, given the rise in interest rates. We lost about $148 million of value. What's been driving our value growth, the $257 million, has been our net operating income growth. So if you hold the cap rate the same but grow your income, the value of your property is going to naturally increase. And that has been the offset to that. And I'll show you a little more on page 26 of the effect of this. So on the left side is the discount rate that's used in valuing. On the right side is the cap rate. What you'll see is our discount rates rose until the first quarter of this year. We've always said the fourth quarter of 2023 was the low point in real estate valuations in the United States. Why? The 10-year Treasury, the week that all the independent third-party valuations for all funds, not just our fund, and everybody that uses third-party valuers like Altus, which does about 95% of the market, 10-year Treasury was at 4.83% the week we got our numbers back. As you'll see, our discount rate rose to that point, stayed flat, and just came down in the first quarter this year, 0.1. Okay. The cap rate on the right, you'll see, also rose in lockstep. That just came down at the end of the second quarter, 0.1. We've had very little movement, even though interest rates have come down. So all to say that, yes, we had a rise in valuation rates with the rise in interest rates. So we lost that positive appreciation in the portfolio. We suffered negative appreciation, but our income more than made up for that. And the way I would summarize it today is the portfolio is very well positioned. As the valuers feel more comfortable that interest rates, the volatility is traded off in interest rates, we believe that these valuation rates will start to come down in lockstep over several quarters. And so the existing portfolio is positioned very well, should get a net benefit from that valuation, and any new capital becomes highly accretive to the overall portfolio in terms of how we're able to invest it.
And on page 27, last point that we'll make with relation to the capital markets is, we obviously don't control interest rates, but we do focus on what we can buy. And on this page, you'll see the lower line represents treasury yields. The upper line is our portfolio level mark-to-market cap rate. You can see again that that's expanded about 100 basis points. And the orange dots are all of our new acquisitions through really the later half of 2022 through today. And you can see our average going in yields on those acquisitions have all been highly accretive to the portfolio. And that's really been focusing on setting us up for success and continued to have outperformance as we grow the portfolio.
And we've done that really with very low leverage as well. If we go to page 28, I'll just touch upon really briefly. We are very lowly levered for traditional Core Plus fund. Traditional Core Plus targets about 50% leverage. The last 2 years of buying, I mentioned earlier, core assets, because the debt markets were priced so high, we felt it was better for our investors to purchase things all equity with no debt on them. Because of the cap rates that Dara just went through, and we'll show some of the acquisitions, recent acquisitions, we've been able to achieve some pretty interesting returns, and we felt it was better to do it all equity. So that's resulted in our loan to value being about 34% in the portfolio. So leverage really isn't driving much. And our interest rate, because we view managing our liabilities as the same as managing our assets, we hedge everything if we have a floating rate loan. And we have about 57%, which is fixed rate debt. Traditionally, when we buy an apartment building, we typically would borrow from the government agencies, et cetera. So our blended weighted average interest rate in the portfolio is 3.6% on the debt cost of what we do. And we have a weighted average maturity term of about 3.8 years on that debt. We're pretty conservative in terms of how we use leverage.
Yeah, one quick point on this page. Oh, go ahead.
I just want to mention you do mention the delevering from 45% to 34%, and that's a great explanation for it also. But the fund leverage target is closer to 50%. Am I correct in that?
Our documents have a 50% cap. When we would like to run the fund, probably in the low 40s, 42, 44, somewhere around there. We've been waiting we always thought rates would come down in 2026. That's how we have hedged our portfolio. If you go back and look a few years ago, I know we've talked about it with our friends at Callan about this in the past. Once we start to see interest rates stabilize and we have positive leverage, and we're starting to get it today, but it's not quite there, I think you'll see us re-lever some of the assets, particularly the ones that have no leverage on them. And given the cap rates we've been able to buy at, those will end up producing double-digit cash-on-cash returns as well. So while we maintain hedge positions and we don't like to take interest rate risk, we are cognizant of where we think rates will be over the next couple of years, and we're pretty patient.
Thank you.
Page 30, we can just go through very quickly. I think this is a good visual of where we are today and where we're going. So we're about $1.4 billion today of net asset value, and we've been very active in today's market. Since the second quarter, we've committed over $120 million. Again, that's in medical office and advanced manufacturing assets and one multifamily investment. We do project that over the next 12 to 18 months, the fund will almost double in size, and this current investment vintage is going to be very meaningful to our performance.
We'll probably go through the case studies quickly.
Okay. I'm cognizant of time. I don't know are we okay on time? I can do
10 more minutes total.
Okay.
If we're going to be consistent.
I'm happy to review. We have 2 case studies which we can review on page 32 and 33. Or I'm happy to switch to questions. If people have questions, we can engage and answer any questions.
Are there any questions?
Okay.
All right, let's go ahead with the case study.
So page 32, we actually hadn't acquired a multifamily investment in almost 2 years. I think Jonathan made the point about positive leverage, just given where interest rates have been since June of 2022. We haven't seen positive leverage in our market, and we are just now seeing that today. So this particular investment we acquired, it's in Pacific Heights in San Francisco. This middle picture, you can actually see, this is the view from the northwest corridor of the entire building. It's a great asset. Some things that are very unique about this asset is that in-place rent-to-income ratio is 4 times, so the rents are affordable for the tenants who live there. We acquired this in the mid-5s, and market rents would implicate getting to around a 7 cash yield on increasing the rents to market. A couple unique aspects here are the average unit sizes in this building are around 1,200 square feet. So again, we're focused on that delayed first-time home buyer. These are tenants that fit that high credit renter, and that unit size is very large for
Almost
San Francisco.
Francisco.
Most of the new construction and new construction assets are generally between 600 and 800 square feet on average.
When was this building built?
It was built in the 60s, so it is rent controlled. So it falls into the rent control regulation in the city. The average in-place rents at this building are already $5,000 a unit, so they've turned to market several times. So that operational risk that generally comes with certain rent control assets is not in this asset. That was one of the reasons why we felt it to be very unique and appropriate for this fund. So I think that was another attractive attribute of the building. And we are acquiring it at around 27% discount to the cost to replace it. Although we view it as irreplaceable, especially as a San Francisco resident. So,
Built in the 60s, what about seismic?
We do extensive seismic testing. This building, we have a plan to upgrade it, but it met all of our requirements. We also have insurance as well for that. We had made, in a prior fund, in a closed-end fund many years ago, we had acquired about 26 apartment buildings in San Francisco from 2012 to 2016. All of them were rent control, all of them were older buildings. We had a very strong record internally of upgrading all of the buildings, upgrading the tenant base, and we were able to sell those very, very successfully. So we're very familiar with rent control in San Francisco and members of the rent control board, and very familiar with the construction in the city. And
I would also add that we did get, as a part of our due diligence, not only our own seismic review, but we got agency loan quotes from Fannie and Freddie, and it passed their due diligence.
And they're
as
very
well.
strict on that.
Yeah.
And that's an example of a growth investment as well in our housing space.
Yeah, the primary growth aspect is that we're just going to grow the rents to market. That doesn't happen quickly, obviously, because you have longer tenant tenure. We did get 2 units back during diligence, which was a surprise to us, and one of them has leased at $7,000 a unit, so we feel very
without
good
any
about
work done to it.
Yeah.
Within a week.
This building has only it was a private owner offshore, and they only rented from a wait list that they carried, so they never marketed the units.
Very unique. The next one is an example of an upside transaction. Darren mentioned this earlier. This is also in the Washington, D.C. corridor, McKinney Business Center. This is an interesting company. The tenant is called U.S. Pharmacopoeia. They were actually chartered by the U.S. Congress. I had never seen a company that had been chartered by the U.S. Congress. They created benchmark standards for medicines in the early 1800s. So the U.S. government set this for globally, and they now provide these benchmark chemicals and purity levels to, I think it's the FDA equivalent in 140 countries around the world. So they have a very unique business model. We'd actually looked at buying this building several years earlier when it was on the market from a different seller. It was bought in a portfolio by a core fund. Core fund was selling the assets now that they own, so we'd already underwritten it. The interesting thing in the transaction, and you'll see we bought it at a 7.5 cap, they only had 2 years remaining on their lease. We knew the tenant through a partner. We knew they had they had a desire to stay in the building, and B, they had a purchase option at a lower price than the seller thought it was worth. We were able to work with them behind the scenes to secure the purchase option and get them to agree to extend the lease for 10 years. So by the time we closed, the seller didn't see this, but we had a brand new 12-year lease, or 2 years plus the 10, so we had a 10-year extension on that was new. And we were able to purchase it at a 7.5 cap with a company that's been in business for a long time. So we feel pretty good about that. But that's an example of, this is cold storage, pharmaceutical, and manufacturing. The other thing I would note is they want to do an expansion, and because we have an 8-person dedicated development team in our cold storage business, sort of the perfect match. So we're having discussions with them now about potentially starting to work in the next couple of years on this 50,000 feet. The 50,000 feet would also, we think, would be closer to an 8 cap. So it would actually raise the cap rate overall on the overall deal, and then the transaction would be a little bit larger as well.
Okay. At this point,
Yeah,
Are
can
we-
we
are we
move
timed
to
out?
final comments
yeah.
here?
Yeah.
Final comments and or questions from the trustees.
Yeah, so real quickly, couple things. As I mentioned, we think the portfolio is very well positioned here for upside. If we see that drop in interest rates come through in our valuations, we think it'll be incredibly positive to the existing assets. The new capital, as I mentioned early on, we have $200 million of a queue in to purchase new assets. We think it's a very interesting time on that and be highly accretive. And then the last thought to leave you with, and I don't think we included this in here, but I will make the offer, what we wanted to offer to the county in coming in would be a 75 basis point management fee, which would be a discount off of our traditional standard rate for a 3-year lockup coming into the Core Plus Fund. And we're very excited to potentially have you as a partner. And thank you for letting us present today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will, if there's no further questions, we will take another break here. Going by my clock, at 11:40 we're starting. So let's make it 5 minutes this time, 11:45.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is Scott ready? Are we online? Okay.
Morning.
Good morning.
Okay,
we snuck it in. It's still morning.
We're back after our short break.
Hope you guys left a little energy for us.
We're fired up.
Okay. We have returned after a short break, and now we have a presentation from Kane Anderson, Plus Real Estate. And I have Al Rabel.
Rabel, yes.
Rabel.
Thank you. And Kyle Mays is
And Kyle,
joining me.
okay.
So I'm Al Rabel. I'm CEO of both Kane Anderson and Kane Anderson Real Estate, which I co-founded in 2007. So I've been doing this quite a long time. I'll just walk you through, our platform. If we're on, we'll just go right to, let's see, page 4. Just gives you a quick overview. $31 billion of gross asset value. As I said, I co-founded the platform in 2007. We've always been focused on alternative asset classes. Those include medical office, seniors housing, student housing, self-storage, and now light industrial as well. On page 5, you can see the team. I've already introduced myself. I'm joined by Kyle Mays, who is a senior managing director who's in charge of our core portfolio, K-Core. The team is listed here. What we have is a vertically integrated platform, so we've set ourselves up in a different and differentiated way from other real estate private equity platforms. So it's a 110-person vertically integrated team, which means that we have teams in each of these asset classes that I just mentioned, but also legal, finance, accounting, sustainability, insurance, and a design and construction team in-house. And that design and construction team is not only involved and engaged in new development, but also in everything that we acquire. And that's a 15-person team. So we are very much boots on the ground and in the trenches with respect to operating dynamics, but also with respect to everything to do with the assets that we purchase, own, and manage. If we go forward and we look at page 7, that just gives you a quick overview of our size and scale. $4.6 billion of gross asset value. $3.3 billion of net asset value. We have over 300 investors in this fund. The vast majority of those, 84%, are institutional investors. We have a significant number of California pension plans that are in both our core fund as well as across our platform. Approximately 43% pension plans. Now we're sort of moving into, alternative core real estate focus and why these asset classes. Page 8 shows you 65 and older population growth, 80 and over population growth, and Power 4 university enrollment growth. What we look for are highly uncorrelated to the macroeconomy asset classes with very long duration demand trends driven primarily by demographics. And so I think you all know that we have approximately 11,000 Americans turning 65 and older every day for the next 20 years, approximately 5,000 turning 80 and over for the next 20 years. Also importantly, because of the part of seniors housing as well as medical office that we focus on, that is the baby boom generation that is now aging into its healthcare years. That is notable because we focus on the top tier of each of these asset classes. I'm talking about sort of the top 15% from an income perspective. Class AA plus assets, so a high quality of care. The baby boom generation controls approximately $77 trillion of wealth. So it is the wealthiest portion of the U.S. population. So it's not just that you've got generic demand driving growth over the next 20 years, but you have the wealthiest portion of the U.S. population aging into its highest healthcare spend years. On the student housing side, there are approximately 5,500 universities in the U.S. We're only focused on approximately 80 large brand name public universities, the Power 4 conference schools, so that's SEC, ACC, Big 10, Big 12, and a few other schools that exhibit similar characteristics. Those characteristics are typically 25,000 or more undergraduate students, a brand name public university with massively escalating demand growth, and very little ability to provide new housing supply. So these are the University of Michigan's, University of Florida's, UT Austin's, University of Virginia's of the world. So it is a small subsection of the total student housing market. We can skip over page 9 and go right into our portfolio overview, and I'll pass the mic over to Kyle.
So KCOR started in 2017, and we are now a diversified $4.6 billion GAV portfolio, 200 properties across 3 sectors: medical office, seniors housing, and student housing. We have a long-term target for medical office. Long-term for us means the next 6 to 12 months, we're going to go deep into diversification with the trend where we're headed, how we got there from day one to here. So we have a long-term target: 50% medical office, 20% seniors, 20% student, 10% self-storage. You'll notice up top that we're 70% medical office today and 20% seniors, 10% student housing. We've taken tactical allocation to date, and particularly in medical office, we have massive advantages within that sector. That allocation has helped us significantly outperform. Additionally, we've outperformed versus our peers across each of our sectors over each time period. Occupancy, we're at 96.4%, and I would note that that's the whole portfolio. We're not excluding any unstabilized properties. That's the real number, 96.4%. Geographically, we are spread across 8 regions. We do have a heavier allocation in the South, especially those in-migration markets where a lot of people have been moving to and continue to move to. So very happy with where we are, and we'll show you sector by sector later on how that breaks down. Performance. If you look at the 5-year here, we have significant outperformance, more than double the return of the benchmark over the period that includes the 3 massive storms. So you want to pick a fund that will be with you during both good times and bad. And you think of what happened the past 5 years. You had COVID, you had inflation, rising interest rates. Through that time period, KCOR has performed very well. And over every single time period, if you look across every period, we've had significant outperformance, close to double since inception more than 7 years ago. Translating that to dollar basis, if you were to have a $10 million investment 5 years ago in us versus the benchmark, you'd have $2 million more dollars today with the KCOR investment. So that was total returns. Now we'll talk about income returns. By the way, I apologize ahead of time. There are a ton of numbers in this presentation, and the reason for that is that we want to show you the evidence.
I think they're familiar
We
with
want to show you
numbers.
the evidence and a lot of bar charts, but there's a lot of different ways that we have outperformance, and it tells a story. So income is extremely important for long-term performance in core real estate. If you look at since the beginning of core institutional real estate tracking, the MPI in 1978, more than 80% of the total returns have come from income. So if you want consistent long-term outperformance, it's best not to bet an appreciation hope story. You want to have something baked in. If you look at the trailing 1-year return, income return, 5.16%. So in a period of rising interest rates, our income performance, outperformance, has actually been increasing. So that 1-year bar is higher than the since inception bar. So 30 straight quarters of income outperformance, and outperformed by 1.88% over the past year.
Let's just say that again, 30 straight quarters of income outperformance. So literally since inception, every single quarter we've outperformed on an income basis. So incredibly low volatility, which leads into this next slide, because we don't just look at absolute return. We don't want you seeing quarter to quarter your returns bouncing all over the place. We want to make sure that you understand that your returns here are very stable, solid, and much lower volatility, as is pointed out in this slide, than the Odyssey Index and our competitors.
Yeah, 24% cumulative outperformance over the past 3 years. A lot happened in the last 5 years with commercial real estate, as you know, and we're very proud of our performance and its stable performance during different market environments.
Let's skip to page 18, because I think this is an incredibly important slide. We have a vertically integrated team, and I mentioned that before. And when I said it was set up in a differentiated way, we're not an allocator, we're what we call an operator-oriented model. So what we have done is have a vertically integrated team in-house with deep operational knowledge and expertise, but also align ourselves proactively with who we deem to be the best partner or partners within each of these asset classes. So we are not raising in K-Core or any other fund capital, fielding inbound inquiry, and doling out equity checks to a large myriad of partners. We have chosen in medical office a single joint venture operating partner. That's a group called Remedy Medical Properties out of Chicago. They're the longest duration third-party operator of medical office in the country since 2009. We control 35 million square feet currently within our portfolio. And we will announce next week, end of next week, a transaction that will bring us to close to 55 million square feet of medical office nationally. So we will be 60% larger than anybody else in the US. That's across 44 states. We have a dominant platform in medical office that doesn't just include operating capabilities. Remedy Medical Properties will be over 500 employees. As I said, we will control 55 million square feet. We also have a wholly owned subsidiary called Percival Health Advisors. That's a consulting group that we put in place in 2015 that is actually advising many of the largest healthcare and hospital systems in the country about how they should be defining their market, what are gaps in their healthcare coverage, what private practices should they be buying, how should they finance that, what are the implications on their balance sheet, their income statement, their public credit rating. The point there is that we have a very differentiated platform that leads to virtually all of our purchases being on a proprietary basis. And so page 18, I think the overlay on the differentiating operating platform is a disciplined investment approach. And this really displays that. So if you look at when we've invested in this fund, which is a big part of why the returns are what they are, we leaned in early 2020 when you had a big dislocation from COVID, and we've leaned in since Q4 of 2022, which coincides when you had 525 basis points of rate increases in a 15-month time frame. So that has also created a dislocation. Put simply, what we're trying to do is be very judicious and disciplined at times of peak pricing and lean in times of dislocated pricing. I will mention that with respect to 2020, this fund had a $1.1 billion inbound queue of capital from Q3 of 2018 until Q2 of 2020. So we had dry powder of $1.1 billion of equity for almost 18 months, with many of the investors in that queue essentially contacting us every quarter and saying, when are you going to be putting our money out? And we said, the reason that you've hired us is not so that we can put your money out as soon as you allocate it to us. The reason you've hired us is because we're going to produce outsized risk-adjusted returns. And think about this. We earn nothing on your money sitting in the queue. So there is nobody who benefits more from investing your money as quickly as possible than us. But if we don't see investments that make sense, there's a 24-month commitment time frame, and we will not invest your money. If we get to that 24 months, and it's not invested, and you choose to withdraw your commitment, that is your choice. So we were at about the 18-month time frame for the large majority of that capital when March of 2020 happened. Welltower contacted us, largest publicly traded U.S. REIT in healthcare. Their stock price had dropped from $92 to $25 in 30 days. So they were trading at an implied 11% cap rate as a company. They needed capital to buy their own shares back. Remember back to March and April of 2020, nothing was happening. You couldn't do on-site diligence. There was no ability to get debt. We went hard on a $1.1 billion portfolio from Welltower at about a 7% cap rate at that point in time, secured $400 million of debt from Freddie Mac and two money center banks, and closed in April through June on $1.1 billion of 57% medical office, 43% seniors housing. I will note that Welltower gave us a 2-year net operating income guarantee on the seniors housing. So if every single tenant left, Welltower was just cutting us a check for the full net operating income, so we had downside protection. My point here is that was a very auspicious time to be investing, and we were going in the door when others were running out of the door or just didn't have the ability to execute. The same thing has happened 2021. You can see the view that was approximately a 1% 10-year Treasury rate during most of 2021. You were coming off of $5 trillion of capital being injected into the U.S. economy. So you're all aware of what happened. You had very low interest rates, you had high inflation, you had asset valuations that were going through the roof, not just in real estate, but essentially in all asset classes, which we felt was a non-sustainable environment. And so we were very judicious with our capital until the Fed raised interest rates very quickly and very dramatically towards the end of 2022. What did that do? That created a buying opportunity because the vast majority of players had not put in place controls or risk mitigation factors for interest rates going from in the 3% range to 8% range. And that happened, I won't say overnight, but very quickly over a 15-month time frame. So the disciplined investment overlay sits on top of our entire platform and the strategic advantages that we enjoy in each of the asset classes in which we invest. Sector diversification, why don't you jump that?
Yeah, so how it's played out over time, we started mostly with senior housing, we had a seed portfolio in senior housing. And what this shows left to right.
You know what? Before you get into that, I guess going back, given the focus on the medical office building and your relationship with Remedy, I wonder, can you talk a little bit about how that relationship was started, and just kind of broadly. I mean, you don't have to get
sure.
too
and
specific.
I'll also throw in, which I probably should have mentioned in the previous semi-monologue, is that our view was that the conditions that were in place for the second half of 2020, 2021, and early 22 were not sustainable, and that you were going to have a reversion to the mean, meaning much higher interest rates and a difficult environment for many owners. So it's with intentionality that we leaned into arguably the lowest volatility asset class in the U.S., being medical office, which over a 20-year time frame, think about this, has never been lower than 90.9% occupied nationally, ever. You've averaged 92% occupancy during those 20 years. Those 20 years obviously encompass the GFC, the downturn in 2015, as well as the global pandemic. Remedy, our relationship actually predates even Kane Anderson. Our CIO, David Selznick, has been close personal friends as well as as an investment friend or investment partner with Peter Westmeyer, who is the CEO and principal owner of Remedy Medical Properties. Well before, this goes back to approximately 2005. So Remedy started in 2009 in medical office, and in 2013 we made our first investment in medical office and formed an exclusive joint venture with Remedy at that point in time. The reason being is that Remedy had very outsized operating capabilities, very strong hospital and healthcare system relationships, a deep knowledge of tenants and their needs. We had equity and debt capital and capital markets capabilities that allowed Remedy with us to expand in a way that they would not have been allowed to expand without us, meaning we took all fundraising, all capital requirements off of their plate and said, just focus on what you do incredibly well, which is the operations of the healthcare business. So we've essentially inserted ourselves into the center of the healthcare ecosystem. Our ultimate goal is obviously owning real estate, but we're different and differentiated from anybody else that you will talk to, because we're talking to healthcare and hospital systems all day, every day about healthcare delivery, which is really what they care about. We end up with real estate through that process, but we're not walking in the door with a checkbook saying, would you like to sell some real estate? We think medical office is interesting. So there's a lot of room to run still in this asset class, and part of the reason that we've been able to buy at a 5.8% day one cap rate, even from healthcare and hospital systems, is because when you buy medical office, unlike pretty much any other real estate asset sale, if it's from a healthcare or hospital system, they're not saying, well, I had it, now you own it, it doesn't matter to me. It still matters to them because it's a triple net lease. The employees are the tenants in the building. They continue to be responsible for all of the operating costs for that building, and they also improve their bottom lines by expanding the successful businesses within their system. So if they have a successful orthopedics business, and they say, we'd like to expand this business beyond where they are, let's say it's University of Chicago healthcare system, we want to be in Chicagoland, we say, okay, here are the supply-demand dynamics in the entire market. Here are buildings where we can put you in a plug-and-play scenario and open with another 100 orthopedic surgeons within 3 months. Nobody else has that size, scope, and scale. So we're acting as a partner to them in their healthcare business, which is something that nobody else can bring them.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so back to the growth of the diversification. 2020, you mentioned we did 2 large portfolios. We were buying at 5% discounts to market, great pricing. We had option of buying with income stream of in the high 5s, or 2 years later, or 1 to 2 years later, whenever else is buying, they're buying in the 3s, in the 4s, right? And so we bought at the right time in 2020, medical office. 23, we entered student housing, grew that portfolio. 25, grew that portfolio even more. And then
let me just jump in, because I have to give you one more discipline example. We were one of the 3 largest buyers of student housing 08 to 2013. We became a net seller in 2013 because a lot of money came into that asset class that changed pricing very quickly. We didn't buy a single existing student housing portfolio, not just in K-Corp, in any of our funds. We didn't buy a single student housing asset. We continued developing. We did not buy a single asset from the beginning of 2015 until Q4 of 2022. What happened then? The interest rate increases. You had a dislocation. Since Q4 of 2022 through today, we've acquired close to $5 billion of off-campus student housing, 4 of those assets in this portfolio. So sometimes these things take a lot of time, but part of the reason that we didn't bring the operations in-house is that we didn't want the incumbent overhead in-house. So we only want to make strategic decisions about what makes sense for you as an investor and us as an investor. So everything is geared around returns. Put differently, if we were sitting with 1,000 student housing employees in 2013, it wouldn't have been so easy to say, okay, we're a net seller, we're not buying student housing anymore, because we would have been sitting with $10 million of overhead, and I'm sure that we would have convinced ourselves in one way, shape, or form that it made sense to buy student housing. So I just wanted to throw that in. We see a very big opportunity in off-campus student housing today and continuing going forward, and it's part of the reason that our recent acquisitions have focused on off-campus student housing.
yeah, and bridging that last one in the top 2025 to the long-term target over the next 6-12 months, we have a significant pipeline both in seniors housing and student housing, and we have a great size fund in that we're big enough where we have significant diversification across 36 states, but we're also small enough where we can be nimble and change. And so we're really only a couple transactions away from being with where that long-term target is.
What is the time frame on your long-term target?
So within the next 12 to 24 months, we expect to be at about 50% medical office, 20% seniors housing, 20% student housing, and about 10% storage. And part of the dynamic is we, in terms of our fund size, is one, we have no redemption queue. In fact, for the first 5 years of our existence, we never had a redemption request. We had 7 quarters where we had a modest redemption queue. At the peak, it was 7%. Today, we have $120 million of cash in the fund and inbound capital. So we were very well positioned. Plus, we've also paid down debt. So we have roughly $500 million of dry powder today, and more dry powder on a going forward basis. In any event, I just wanted to give you that. That insight.
I mean, I asked the question because, well, it has, where you're at in 2025.
Yeah.
And then there's a 10% self-storage, but I don't see any self-storage in 2025. So currently you have no self-storage?
That's correct. And the dynamic there is that for many years, storage has been, in terms of size and scale, very efficiently priced. I'd say fortunately for us, unfortunately for some others, storage has hit harder times than it had for, let's say, essentially all of the QE years, 2011 to 2022. So there's been some dislocation in storage, and we expect to be able to acquire in size and scale over the next 12 to 18 months. But being a disciplined investor, it's not simply a desire in us saying we're going to dole out an equity check to achieve diversification regardless of the pricing. We're going to say the pricing has to hit parameters where we are legitimately underwriting to at or above our target returns. And so we continue to monitor everything. We have done a significant amount of self-storage in the past. Our primary partner has been Extra Space Storage, one of the 4 largest publicly traded companies. And there are things that are in the pipeline today, although I would hesitate to tell you that those are done deals in terms of effectuating that. But what I was going to say is, at our size and scale, which is $3.3 billion of NAV today, it's not moving, it's not a speedboat, but we're not moving, a large oil tanker either, meaning that we can get to that diversification relatively quickly. If you look at us just buying a portfolio of student housing and a portfolio of storage, we could potentially be at our target allocations within 6 to 12 months. Again, I'm not promising that. It depends on what the macro economy and what opportunities present themselves, but we are cognizant of pivoting towards a 50-50 allocation between medical office and the other asset classes. And the reason for that is that we've looked at, and this is going back to even 2020, we've looked at this as an inflection point where we expect to see a lower interest rate environment going forward and modest inflation. And so we want to have about half of our portfolio showing plus or minus 3%, very stable, very predictable. Medical office is predictable within about a 1% range of error for the next 9 years, which is our weighted average lease duration, because that's 90% credit tenancy. These are triple net leases. So you know what the revenues are, you know what the expenses are, and you have a credit tenant on the other side of the equation. But we want 50% of that portfolio to be resetting rents on a yearly basis. And so that will consist of the other 3 asset classes. I think it may make sense to skip into let's go to seniors housing, which is page 29. So seniors housing, Kyle, you can give an overview of what we own.
Yeah, so our portfolio, we're 80% independent living. We also have assisted living and memory care for the remainder. And we are mostly located in Sunbelt markets. So 93%. That has really helped us to rebound very quickly coming out of COVID. We are 92% occupied, while the benchmark overall occupancy continues to be very strong, but still generally in the 80s nationally. And our NOI growth has been around 20%, 19% over the past year. Very strong going forward cap rate, operating leverage, which means there's fixed costs. Every additional dollar goes straight to the bottom line. Very strong portfolio.
Just to frame what we own, it's all private pay, so no reliance upon Medicare, Medicaid, or insurance reimbursement risk. This is Class AA plus assets. Average rent is $8,000 a month. So you're talking about, as I said, sort of the top tier, the top 15% of seniors housing. That's done with intentionality because the elasticity of rents there's far more flexibility, obviously, with a tenant base that averages between 3 and 5 times the average U.S. net worth. So these are very high-end seniors housing properties with a full venue of services. The 80% active adult independent living is also done with intentionality because margins are much higher in that part of the business. We do offer assisted living and memory care and Alzheimer's because there's a continuum of care. So if somebody is in one of our properties, suffers a life event that morphs them to a higher acuity, that person and the family doesn't need to look for another place to live. They simply move to a different part of the same property. So you've got that continuum of care. As Kyle mentioned, we're at 92% occupancy. There were obviously challenges during COVID. We dropped down to, I think, at our low 81% occupancy. So we are back above pre-COVID occupancy, and as Kyle mentioned, also 19% year-over-year NOI growth. So there's obviously been, incredibly strong rental growth in the senior housing category. We think that continues on a going forward basis. I'm sure you've heard, previous to today, as well as in earlier presentations today, about the setup for seniors housing, which is, we referred to it earlier. You've got a dramatically aging U.S. population. The thing that we didn't mention in that slide earlier is that you have a dramatic reduction in new supply relative to historical norms, not just in seniors housing, but in medical office and student housing as well. So what you have in the asset classes in which we're investing is an escalation in demand, a reduction in supply, and an imbalance that already exists today. Now, obviously, the key to earning returns isn't just that dynamic, meaning demand outpacing supply. It's having a platform that is strategic that can acquire assets at an appropriate cost basis. Because as you all know, the most important determinant of return is your cost basis. And so it's great to have that overlay, but the reality is there is only one way. Now, there are many subsets of this, but there's only one way to make money, and that's to buy a dollar for less than a dollar. So,
excuse me,
yeah.
I have a senior center or a senior need that I have to take care of. I'm super sorry for it.
No worries. Kyle, why don't you?
Question down here.
Oh yeah, please.
I see Florida as one of your areas. How are you dealing with the insurance almost crisis in Florida?
So we're really underwriting the tenants. So what you've seen is, as you know, a massive in-migration into Florida. And again, we're only touching sort of the top 10 to 15% of seniors housing. So the insurance crisis is far more relevant in the middle market and lower middle market, where people are negatively impacted and don't have the resources that our tenants have. So we're not addressing, and I don't mean this in any way, shape, or form in a cavalier manner. We're only investing in one exclusive part of the seniors housing category. We're not solving all of the world's problems, and there are a lot, and that is a real issue. It really isn't a huge issue for our tenant base, which is the wealthier portion of the U.S. population. Just to give you a framework, our average age across our portfolio, including Florida, is 84. Our average entry age is 80. Our average duration of stay is 48 months in independent living active adult, which is 80% of the portfolio, 22 months in assisted living. Most of our tenant base falls at somewhere between 3 and 5 times the average U.S. net worth. So from an actuarial perspective, just reality, our tenants have much more money than years left. So it's not, and again, we're of course not price gouging. We're not looking to take advantage of that in any way, shape, or form. But if we provide a very high quality of living, they're not relying upon insurance for reimbursement or to be able to afford what the product that we're delivering to them.
Thank you.
So why don't you just touch on the returns here?
Yeah, so page 30, I mentioned we're outperforming against within each of our sectors. So MSCI recently did a survey of all returns from all the funds over the past 25 years. If you think about bottom-up versus top-down returns, what do you think generates more alpha over the long term? They discovered that 23% is from the top-down, whereas 2/3 is from the bottom-up, right? So
you might want to explain what that
bottom-up
means.
Bottom-up means you outperform managers within your sectors doing the same thing you're doing. So it's not enough just to be in alternative sectors, right? To be in a beta allocation, to buy that grocery store cola, right? You need to have a manager who has operation orientation close to the properties to outperform
and
similar managers doing the same sectors. Yeah.
Top down.
Top down is being in the right sectors at the right time. And senior housing, you look at the 70 here, it was not the right time over the past 7 years given COVID. Right?
So think of top down as allocation, bottom up as operating capabilities. So it's not enough to just say these are alternative asset classes, demand outstrips supply, we're going to be in these asset classes. Okay, great. If you're just a beta investor or a buyer at market pricing, you're going to deliver whatever return these asset classes deliver. And that might outperform traditional asset classes. It will ebb and flow depending on the time frame. What we think is more important is being in an allocation strategy that is going to generally outperform other asset classes, but then adding alpha, adding extra return through operating capabilities and being able to deliver proprietary sourcing, differentiated financing options, operating capabilities, and all of that actually also bleeds into exit strategies and the ability to put together very high-quality assets and portfolios that others want to buy. On the student housing side, we'll just pivot to student housing. We have 4 assets in this fund. We expect that to increase dramatically over the next 12 to 24 months. I've personally been in the student housing space since 2002, so almost 25 years. I know my looks belie me. I know I look much younger than that. Not really. So been in the student housing space a long time. We've invested in over 100,000 beds in off-campus student housing over our 17-year history at Kane, and I invested in a significant number of student housing assets prior to Kane. As I said, we got the question a lot 2015 to 2022, why don't you like student housing? We said we love student housing. We just can't we can't buy it at a 4.5% cap rate and figure out how to get to our target returns. And so when you had a dislocation in late 2022, we've been able to lean in to off-campus student housing, and we see that dislocation continuing. What we have in this fund and what we expect to continue to acquire are absolute best-in-class assets. So pedestrian to campus, highly amenitized. There is a big focus on safety and security. Close to 75% of our tenancy is female. That's because we generally have a single point of ingress egress, and all common areas are camera monitored. So we're leasing to the student, but the parent's paying and the parent's signing the lease. So we're leasing to the student as well as the parent. So there is a balance there. Earl, the 114 Earl, which is shown here, why don't you walk through it, Kyle? That's
a block from campus in Clemson, growing Southern University, great sports program, great academics.
Football
right in the
not
heart of,
so much this year, but
tough. Next year they'll come back. Downtown market where the students like to hang out on the weekends or after class on Tuesday. That property had 50% rent growth last year. This year we're already at 6% rent growth, 82% pre-leased for the upcoming fall.
We were able to buy that through a long-standing relationship that we have in the sector, a player that we've done business with for the last 17 years. We also bought 2 properties, not in this fund, but from them recently at the University of Michigan. So this was a proprietarily sourced acquisition. That rent grade was bought at a 5.1% cap rate, but we anticipated the rent growth that we're seeing now, which is 16% year-over-year rent growth, 25 to 26. Kyle mentioned massive rent growth last year. This is literally a unique property. When he said 1 block from the center of campus, that is exactly where it sits. So it is the most desirable property at the University of Clemson.
Yeah, returns to the bottom here, significant returns. Remember that we waited to get into student housing, picked a very good time to get in. Both great absolute and relative returns.
Debt profile, we'll just give to you quickly. We're in the high 20s from a debt perspective today. We have a target of 30% leverage, a maximum of 35% leverage. We don't have any material debt maturities until late 2028. We have about a 4.8% weighted average debt rate today. We have a significant number of unencumbered properties in the portfolio, which gives us flexibility in terms of asset sales. We will be pivoting to some fund level leverage as well to enhance that flexibility on the exit side. We do think that late 2026 and going into 27 and 28 will be opportune times to exit some properties, primarily because, as we mentioned before, we think we will be in a lower interest rate, lower cap rate environment, and in all likelihood, and we've seen this already to some extent, a more conducive regulatory environment with significant liquidity. And call me a cynic, but with midterm elections coming up, everybody wants everything to look good. So we'll see. But I do think there'll be some opportunities to exit some assets at incredibly auspicious pricing for us. I want to we can come back to slides, but I want to turn to page 38 because I think that is an incredibly important slide here. What this shows you is where our fund is valued today. And our fund is valued at a 5.75% cap rate, despite the fact that it's 96.4% occupied and is showing incredibly strong year-over-year rent growth. we believe we're at an inflection point in this market environment where we will see cap rates go down on a going forward basis. What you're looking at below are the Altus benchmarks, both in our asset classes, which is at 5.44%. So in other words, we have premier assets, but we're valued at a lower value than a generic Altus portfolio. And then below that, you look at Altus non-core sectors, which across the board are valued at a 4.65% cap rate. So we are 110 basis points above from a cap rate perspective. The Odyssey Index as a whole, exclusive of the asset classes that we invest in. Let me put this as simply as I can. We have outperformed over every single time frame, 1, 3, 5, 7, and since inception, trailing 12, trailing 6 last quarter, as the cap rates in our portfolios have been escalating more rapidly than cap rates have been escalating in Odyssey Index, in other Odyssey Index asset classes. What you see on that bottom box is life science lab space valued at a 4.15% cap rate by Altus. That bears no resemblance to reality. That's not within 400 basis points of reality.
I mean, so we have kind of heard that same sort of thing, trustees probably recall, from other managers. I've sort of mentioned that in memos to the board in the past also. So this slide is exactly what we've heard before in that sense.
The relevance here is, should you choose to invest with us, which we certainly hope that you do, you are buying in on a cost basis where we could, in all likelihood, actually almost certainly sell the assets that we own for a higher price than where they're valued today, which, if that's not a unique proposition within the Odyssey Index and then broader funds that aren't in the Odyssey Index, we're in very rarefied air there. So my point is this, that we are at a peak cap rate or the lowest valuation possible, yet we've been able to outperform over the last 5 years, even with that factor in place. And why is that? That's because we've been producing about a 5% distributable income every year. So while the Odyssey Index was down 1,100 basis points per annum the last 2 years, we were still in positive territory, which put us in very rarefied air. But the important point here is that here's where we sit today, and should you choose to make an investment, you are buying into an existing portfolio, and you're buying into that at a valuation, and that valuation is critically important. And what I'm telling you is that our valuation is at a low point, and you're buying in at a very auspicious point in time, where not only do we expect to see some reversion to the mean, meaning our cap rates go down over the next 24 to 36 months materially, which will enhance your return, so you'll have both distributable income and higher valuations, but we're also in the position where we have a significant amount of dry powder to acquire new assets in this dislocated market. So I just think this slide sort of gives you the picture of where we sit versus the Odyssey Index and others, because there are many asset classes that are valued at valuations or cap rates that bear no resemblance to reality, sadly. And I'm not going to explain that away for Altus. This is the world that we live in, but I think that's an incredibly important slide.
So I have one question. One of the standout traits of this strategy is that income return. I wonder if you can go back to that just briefly and possibly simply and sort of explain, why is it so high?
Yeah, so just to
relative to Odyssey in the charts here.
Let's go to slide 41 as well, please.
Yeah, so a couple things. One is that with intentionality, I don't think you can be a disciplined investor without having a perspective on where we are and where the world is going. There's no hubris involved there. I don't expect to have a crystal ball and tell you, here's where interest rates are going to be at this point in time. But directionally, it's incredibly important, I think, to recognize where you are in the cycle. So when we were looking at incredibly low interest rates and a massive infusion of capital into the U.S. system in 2020, our view was you were going to have high inflation, you were going to have incredibly low interest rates, and you were going to have asset valuations go through the roof. So that was a time frame where we anticipated peak pricing. Through our relationships and the advantages that we have in our asset classes, we were able to acquire assets at pricing that made a lot of sense. So medical office, weighted average, day one cap rate, 5.8%. At that point in time, we felt that medical office was the highest return, lowest volatility asset class in which to invest. So these are triple net leases. At the time, we had more than 10 years of weighted average lease duration. You had a 97% occupied portfolio with 90% of those tenants being credit tenancies. So put simply, you have triple net leases with very strong credit tenants. And in medical office, we focus on the highest margin businesses within healthcare. So our top 5 tenancies by specialty are orthopedics, oncology, neurology, cardiology, and diagnostics. Why? Because we don't just want a strong counterparty. We don't just want the University of Chicago healthcare system. We want to know that the underlying tenancy is producing revenues that are far in excess of the rent that's being paid, so that you have belt and suspenders and full safety with respect to that portfolio. So in medical office, with an extremely high degree of predictability, we can look at that portfolio and tell you within a 1% range of error what the net operating income is going to be, because it's contractual revenues and the tenant is responsible for all of the operating expenses. So that's the 70% anchor in the portfolio, which is the portfolio that we built for the last 5 years. We're now pivoting to where we think there's a lower interest rate environment. We want to capture more of that inflation adjusted rental income. So we want to make this portfolio 50-50, which is the balance between safety and security and a very high degree of predictability, as well as capturing higher growth. So it's literally been almost like clockwork. You don't see it, gyrating up and down year to year. It's almost been every year 4.8% gross distributable income, 4.3% net distributable income, like right on top of that every single year since inception, which was August of 2017.
Thank you. Time-ish? How are we?
We're at 12:30.
Yeah, how you guys doing? I mean, we're last in line here.
So at this point, I guess I would invite you to make any closing statements that you wanted to have and see if the trustees have any questions that they wanted to ask. I'm not seeing any questions, so if you want to go ahead and do whatever closing.
Yeah, I think the last,
45, please.
the last thing that we'd like to just bring up is how well we overlay with the other 2 core managers that you've already chosen, and I think that's an important dynamic. So obviously, we want to highlight our own performance, but I think you're looking at an allocation across 3 managers, and it's important how that lays out. So on page 45. Shows that. Kyle, you may want to.
Yeah, this 45 is without K-Core, and you have a very nice balanced portfolio that heavily weighted towards traditional sectors as well as apartment and industrial. The next slide shows with K-Core with the current allocation, and here it shows a little more, colors here, right? More diversification with 25% MOB, 26% 19. 2 largest traditional sector allocations. And then the final slide shows us where the target allocation will be, and that MOB allocation goes from 25 down to 19%, and you have a very balanced picture there, looking out, say, 6 months, 12 months, 18 months.
But I think the 2 most relevant slides are 45 and 46. 45 is where you sit today. 46 is where you would sit today, or the day that your dollars are invested with us, which should you choose to invest with us, I think would be January 1st. The dollars would all be drawn immediately. But this is obviously a very balanced picture where you've got a nice where you've got nice pizza slices on traditional sectors as well as alternative sectors. So we think that's obviously that's your call in terms of the balance, but that if you look at, you may look at us and say, you'd like us to be more diversified, which we're heading in that direction. But as Warren Buffett said, find what you do incredibly well and lean into that. And there is intentionality around why we've done what we've done, but I think it's an important point to blend what we do into your overall allocation, because obviously we're not your only allocation. At this point, we're not any of your allocation, but we hope to be. But yes, I'm sorry.
Just to clarify and restate what you just said, if we did invest, it would be potentially as soon as January that you would pull that funding, because it seemed like you had a longer queue for that.
No, we have 120 million of cash in the fund, and we have inbound capital, but no formal queue.
Okay.
So we also have a robust pipeline, so we would be calling all of your capital immediately.
Okay.
I'd just like to close with, we appreciate your time, and we know this was a long morning/day for you, and we appreciate you having us, and we would love to partner with you. We look at relationships on a very long-term basis. I'm the CEO of Kane Anderson and Kane Anderson Real Estate. I'm here for a reason. That's because I know pretty much every one of our investors, and I'm not being cavalier in saying you have access to me and everybody else in the firm. So we start this relationship when you make an investment with us. It's not, but that's just the beginning, and I assure you that you would have access to me and anybody else in the firm all day, any day. So we welcome an open dialogue, and we don't judge our relationships by size. My dad was a professor. He retired on his TIA CREF pension. We take what we do very seriously, and we take your pensioners' money very seriously. So appreciate your time today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, at this point,
Safe travels.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We have a choice about whether to consider item E, the manager selection discussion, or if we would like to break for lunch and then come back to E. I wanted to do a little maybe straw poll of the trustees and see what their appetite literally and figuratively is for continuing with our discussion on E. Break. We have one break.
Get food and come back.
Food, come back. Food. I got 3 foods. I'm 4, and I'm going to lean towards food. So we're gonna let's try to make it quick. I know that we have a lot of people waiting, and we also have a lot more of an agenda to get through. So let's go ahead and break now at 12:40. And come back in, 20 minutes? What is too aggressive for lunch?
I would leave that up to the trustees, whether
20? We'll 20. All right, let's try to do it by my clock, 1 o'clock straight up. That's going to be 1:05 by that clock, which I'm going to get up and adjust as soon as I can. Thank you.
Now, there's a leader.
I'm getting back in the
And
meeting.
we have, okay.
I left some.
You want to bring that presentation up, Robert?
Yeah. I'm getting in. I need to turn off the sound. And we can share.
I'm sliding off this.
Let's
don't.
do
Oh,
that.
don't. Oh.
We'll get
I don't feel like I'm
Karen.
sliding off of this chair. I seem to always get the same chair, and as the meeting goes on, I'm constantly doing this.
Yeah, it does that, it does that to me too.
Oh, does it? Okay.
As soon as Robert says we're ready to go.
Okay, I've got it up and shared here.
Robert took care of it. He got me a different chair.
You got her old chair.
Hopefully one doesn't
I've got
shoot you
Jerry's
up.
chair. Okay, it's just a little low.
You can lift it. It's the tilt on the front.
Later.
The front tilt.
Yeah.
Sorry, Judy.
Okay, I guess we'll bring this meeting back into session. And we have item number 3E, discussion of our core real estate manager selection. And this discussion will be initiated by Callan.
Great. Well, we'll try to get out of the way pretty quickly here, as we know it's been a long day. But I think we have a good decision to make. So you heard from each of the 3 Core Plus managers. And again, we're looking for a Core Plus manager to complement your core real estate portfolio. So that'd be DWS and LaSalle will be the core managers. And this manager, the Core Plus allocation, as Aaron spoke about at the onset of this meeting, is really intended to provide diversification. We think there is an opportunity to, potentially seek a higher target return with a little bit more risk, but with pretty, it adds limited complication to the portfolio, if you will. It's one more manager to onboard and to monitor. But overall, we think this could be a good add to the overall real estate portfolio on a go-forward basis. So we heard a lot from each of the 3 managers, particularly about their sector allocation, right? So a lot of talk about alternative sectors and sectors that you don't get from your 2 core managers. So the material that we've assembled and that we thought we'd point to facilitate the deliberations here, try to summarize, each of the 3 managers on kind of a side-by-side basis, but then we also ran hypothetical portfolios with each of the 3, with the 2 core managers. So that's what we have, and Aaron is prepared to speak a little bit about those pairings and each manager, or glad to open it up to initial discussion by the board as well.
Go ahead, Leonard.
Just to be sure, I sort of understood, but vertical integration, that the one manager, could you elaborate just a little bit on how that differs from the other 2 managers?
Yeah, definitely. So Kane Anderson was the group that made the comment about themselves being vertically integrated. What they mean by that is having those other aspects of their business that focus directly on the real estate. So they talked about design and construction. They have that in-house. So instead of hiring a third party to do that, they have 15 people on staff that are employed by Kane Anderson that do that across their portfolio. I will note that, you may hear that term vertical integration used by other groups that are, let's say a multifamily manager that is fully vertically integrated. They'll have their own construction. They'll also have their own property management. They'll have their own sort of accounting and insurance team, back office. The way Kane Anderson uses it, they're vertically integrated in one sense, but they do use third-party operating partners like Remedy, which is not owned by Kane Anderson. So they're still, operating partners that they work with. So I would call them, semi-vertically integrated, if you will, whereas the other groups are not vertically integrated and they exclusively work with operating partners.
Thank you.
Okay, so to avoid any long silences here, I came into all 3 of these, and I didn't really finish my pre-evaluations with a favorite like I usually do. And I'm not sure if anyone else approaches it in the same way, in which you read through and go, I think this is the one who's going to be the best fit after the presentation. I really liked the final one, Kane Anderson. I liked the presentation quite a bit. I was very skeptical about their asset allocations, their portfolio, because it was so specialized. I think the overlay that they put out with the mix of where they're going, where we would be right now, was nice. I believe that BGO did that as well, where they said, "Here's what you have currently. Here's how this will fit into your core." I appreciated those slides. I still don't have a really strong favorite here. All three of them were excellent managers, I thought. And I guess what the other thing is, we're not really even obligated to choose somebody here. We have not yet even said that we were going Core Plus, or did we?
There was not firm direction from the board, but there was discussed in the previous months about evolution of that real estate allocation that could include adding Core Plus in addition to changing one of the core managers to LaSalle. That was done last meeting.
So I would jump in and say, recommend definitely adding a Core Plus manager. Number one reason being just an additional basket to put some of our eggs into. We saw what can happen when the market environment changes drastically. Rising interest rates with just two managers. So adding a third manager would probably minimize those sort of effects that we would see going forward.
Okay.
One thing I'll say also, two of the managers, by my analysis, are indeed significantly lower volatility standard deviation returns than our other managers are. So our core managers are maybe around a 5 or 6% standard deviation of their returns. Two of these managers, Harrison and Kane, come in at the high 2s, low 3%. So that's quite a bit different. So adding a third manager could potentially minimize the volatility of the total portfolio of the real estate managers. BGO is more similar, their return profile is more similar to our two core managers, although they're significantly lower correlated. So that's sort of another facet of that. So that's one thing to consider as you talk this through.
Is the age of BGO concerning, or lack thereof?
Not really. The firm is longer term. The strategy is obviously the shortest that we've seen. I thought BGO did a pretty good job of basically saying, hey, we're a new fund. We came in at the right time and we got a good deal on a bunch of these assets. And that's also shown in their return stream. They've got 2 years of extremely high returns right at the start of the strategy. And then they're kind of, the market hasn't really changed a whole lot since that.
That's what I'm looking at on page 12. It looks like 21 and 22, they had phenomenal returns, and it's been pretty dismal since then.
Kind of just flat. It's kind of flattish.
Well, what about his final point, which I tried to...
What slide was that?
Capture.
Of the calendar.
Oh, it is this one here.
Yeah, right there.
Gotcha. Yeah.
What page? Yeah, those first 2 years.
What page?
Yeah.
Page 12 of the calendar presentation.
3A.
I would just note on their returns in 23, 24, they are much lower on an absolute basis relative to the prior 2 years. But if you look at that gray bar below, that's the Odyssey index. So they significantly outperformed the Odyssey benchmark over those periods. So just for additional context.
And I wonder if the age of their portfolio really gives them the leg up on comparison to the Odyssey. Because like even they said, they're coming in with a lot less history. They didn't buy assets in between 10 and 20 when they may have made some mistakes. There was no opportunity to make mistakes on how the climate changed in 2020. So,
Yeah.
what about their? Well, he had made a point at the end about how his properties were his properties. Kane Anderson properties were showing less value than they actually had, and that we were buying in at a premium. I did not completely understand that discussion about how that would not factor into what those numbers were. Can you explain that, or can you explain that? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, so he
Okay.
showed the valuation metrics, cap rates and discount rates. It's a little bit in the weeds for us to get into, but essentially those valuation metrics are loosely correlated to the 10-year treasury. So as interest rates moved up, valuation metrics tend to expand. The reason for that is you're sort of pricing real estate as a risk premium over the 10-year treasury, right? The risk-free rate. So if you want to get, if you're going to take the risk of investing in private real estate, you want to be compensated with that risk premium, right? So that's why valuation metrics expand when debt costs increase. So what he was saying there was that they've outperformed in their portfolio despite them seeing greater expansion in those valuation metrics, which, you know, they've been able to outperform despite that. And, you know, his expectation, and, you know, he said he doesn't have a crystal ball, but if the expectation is that interest rates will decrease and cap rates will subsequently decrease as well due to that loose correlation, he'll see more of or Kane Anderson's fund will see more of a valuation gain than other funds because their valuation metrics are starting at a higher point than others.
So I'm going to toss in, I'm not against taking two of these guys, maybe splitting a little bit. The last guys, I just kept hearing that they're big blue 70% boxes because this $2 billion relationship with another company. This other company is pretty integral to their success, and then they are looking aggressively going to 50% and then 10% in self-storage, and that 10% in self-storage ends up being $460 million for the self-storage purchases if they're going to do that in 3 or 4 years, which seems to me to be a lot to spend quickly. And will you get a good deal if you're really going that way? And then they are really open to maybe issues on some of these other medical properties. They won't be able to unload them unless they believe they're going to take that 120. How much money did they have in the bank?
120 million.
Yeah, that's not enough to move the needle. So I look at Harrison as being like buying some more bonds in a way. I mean, they have a good portfolio. It seems to be pretty stable. I liked what they were in. I think the strategies they have around medical is pretty sound, and student housing is both very sound. And then Battle Creek Green Oak, I just think because they are least attached to the metrics, or not the metrics, but the other core managers in regard to what affects what they're doing, that they would be an interesting company to be with. And you know, Kane's pretty well. This one guy here does it. He had a heart attack or a car wreck going home.
Yeah.
That's a whole different ballgame. And these other guys sound like they're good staff. But anyway, I personally, I guess I was going to take one of these. I'd probably take Harrison. I hate to think that. I don't think I was that conservative. But I really like Green Oak.
I understand the concern about the medical for Kane, but their returns are hard to argue with. And he made the point that find something you're good at and do that, and he has been. I think they're moving. I liked Harrison's allocations the best as to what they're allocated in, and I also like what Kane says they're moving towards. But I thought BGO was, for my taste, in a Core Plus category, too heavy in residential. That was my opinion from reviewing the materials and even their presentation today. And I think we get that in other areas, that we don't need it as in the Core Plus realm, personally.
I'm sorry, which one had too much? in residential?
BGO, I thought.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Bentall Green Oak has 44% of their portfolio in multifamily. So that is a traditional sector that you already have exposure to through TWS LaSalle. I would say Bentall Green Oak is a true Core Plus fund, not in the sense of their sector allocations. It's more in sort of the slightly higher return profile and slightly higher risk profile when it comes to, as we talked about earlier, their occupancy, leasing percentage, their asset level business plans, their leverage ratio. But to your point, they have, I think it's 27% in alternative sectors, including some of these alternative industrial sectors. But when you look at the pie chart, it is 44% multifamily. And then there's a good amount in industrial too.
I believe they have a really good strategy. The other guys aren't in regard to their housing strategy, and that's buying properties that are the properties that people are in because they can't quite get to a house. So that means they're medium income people, probably responsible families. They've been working at a profession, trying to move up.
The calendar board.
And it's in a sector of the housing market, the garden apartment sector, which isn't happening anywhere anymore, which is an interesting sector for people that want a little plot of green as well. So that's part of the reason why I like their housing projects.
Who was that?
BGO. I just think that's reasonable. I think it's not a bad thing to do.
Well, BGO made that offer, that reduced fee for us.
That's right, it's 75.
How does that fit in with the others?
112, everybody's at 112.
Yeah, there's a slide on page 10 of this presentation.
So that would be a 45 point.
It might be a little hard to see there, but we have it.
35 point discount.
Yeah, we have it shown at the top here, but we have the standard fee rate of 100 basis points there, whereas once again they're offering 75 basis points. So instead, at a $30 million commitment, instead of that 300,000, that would be 75% of that, which would put their asset management fee much lower than the other two candidates, which are at 113 basis points. But I would note that Bentall Green Oak does have a performance fee, so that 10% over a preferred return of 7% with the 50-50 catch-up. So I think at around 8 or 9%, I think 9% is kind of that break-even point, where if they achieve over a 9% return, you're paying that lower asset management fee, but then that performance fee is kind of offsetting those gains.
And there was a timeline to that.
3-year lockup.
3-year lockup?
Yeah.
So the discount on 25 million, let's say, is about 70 grand, 65 grand, 70 grand. At a 10% return, with the incentive fee, we'd probably, and I don't have the file with me, but I did figure it out. As I recall, it was like $20,000 or $30,000 less than the $287,000 here on the 25 million fee for Harrison Street and Kane. But it is sort of, there's the top side too, right? If they get a 15% return, then we're going to be paying a couple $100,000 more per year.
But that means we got a whole bunch more.
Right.
That means we did, right? The 10% over the 7% is similar to JP Morgan. JP Morgan has a 15% over 7%. And so we know from JP Morgan's strategy that that's somewhere around $250,000 to $300,000 a year in total fees, which is a little bit more than this 115. Also consider that JP Morgan strategy only has an 82 basis point fee. So that fee discount tomorrow, if we were to invest about 25 million, we're looking at $70,000 a year.
For Callan, what's your opinion on which of these funds complements the two we've already got? That's what it comes down to me. I think they're all comparable. I think it's difficult to argue Kane doesn't have the best returns they do.
Yep.
They've been very strategic. He kept saying a term, but what I kept hearing in my mind was opportunistic of what they do. And they're very selective and targeted on what they do and when they do it. But everybody has something they bring, but who do you think complements us best?
Yeah, from a diversification standpoint, I mean, this point was already made. Harrison Street's allocations are probably, on paper, the best if you're focusing on sector level diversification. I think it's hard to make that argument with Kane, given the fact that they're 70% medical office, but there's a story behind that, and I think it's good that they came in and were able to tell that story on how they ended up at this pie chart and where they intend to go from here. They are very disciplined. They're very bottom up, focused on sort of deal level returns and execution. And you know, I think eventually that will turn into a more diversified pie chart. But if you know, just the way the question was posed, like which is the best kind of fund to diversify our current portfolio, I think Harrison Street probably does that the best. Bentall Green Oak definitely has its advantages also. They are unique in their focus on power. That's not something that, while you do have industrial exposure in your current Odyssey managers, they're doing that very differently. There's a different underlying tenant base with the R&D and advanced manufacturing that they're giving you access to. So, you know, I think there are definitely strong merits to each of these. It's more a matter of what you weight more. Is it sector diversification? If that's the case, then Harrison Street is probably the right pick. If it's kind of return alpha and you know, generating something additional that you don't get from your core managers, it's probably Bentall Green Oak. They're a little bit higher up on the risk return spectrum. And if it's kind of investment acumen and sort of disciplined investment approach, and then letting the allocation kind of go to what it is from there, it's probably Kane.
I want to come, I'm sorry, I forgot about the power part of Green Oak, and I thought that was a fantastic strategy.
That's why I liked
I've dealt with a couple projects, even in this little county, where PG&E can't get us what we want for a period of time. And to turn over a 10,000 square foot building with an unbelievable amount of power resource in this day and age that to me is pretty exciting for, and as far as value. And then the people come in and spend almost as much as they rent the building for the value of the building to upgrade it to utilize that power. And that power will not become less valuable, it'll become more valuable every month in the economy we're in right now.
Isn't that what AI is all about?
That's what AI is all about. That's all about independent grids. That's all about, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, if they have an eye on that stuff, maybe their R&D slice will get bigger. And that's also going to be in areas like San Diego County, all of the Carlsbad areas and those areas, or in the valley, outside of, I think, I can't remember where it is, in Savannah. There's stuff like that going on. And then back to their housing. Their housing is situated outside the metro where people could go to work, where they got plenty of power for that work to do or whatever. So that's the rest of why I thought that organization had a really good view out that way.
Maybe a minute on slide 4 would be additive as well.
Yeah, so on this slide, we're showing the hypothetical property type diversification for the 3 pairings. So on the blue bar, DWS LaSalle and BGO. In green, we're swapping out BGO for Harrison Street. And then in orange, we're swapping in Kane Anderson. And then Odyssey is the benchmark in that tan bar. This is probably best illustrative for BGO and kind of the mix that you'll get with them. The reason for that is because Harrison Street and Kane, because they're solely focused on alternative sectors, they're all in the other bucket. So you'll see if you have a portfolio with DWS LaSalle and either Harrison Street or Kane, you'll have a significant overweight to the alternative sectors, so that 40% alternatives relative to the 9% index weight. Of course, that alternative sector allocation is going to be diversified across things like medical office, students, senior, some of those other sectors. But we just want to illustrate, just given the fact that DWS and LaSalle already do quite a bit of alternative sector exposure, or have quite a bit of alternative sector exposure in their funds, even with the BGO, you'll be overweight to alternatives relative to Odyssey.
I'd point out to the trustees that, one of the things that Kane sort of brought up, and that's evident in their slide deck and presentations even from Callan before, is they've got a fair amount more income being spit off of the portfolio. So, I think that's pretty compelling. It's, more than 100 basis points greater than what we're getting with our other core strategies. So, in my mind, that's pretty compelling. Coupled with the fact that their extremely low observed return volatility, just total net, they actually provide, my opinion, the best diversification at the portfolio level.
Which one?
Kane.
But if we didn't take LaSalle, and you took two of these.
What?
But if we didn't take LaSalle and we took two of these.
I think, that's...
Ship has sailed.
Charlie has.
Charlie had comments.
Yes.
If I was looking for something for one of my clients, if the client was 80 years old, I'd go with Kane Anderson for that stability. And I'll remind the board that a former trustee every month brought up volatility as an important consideration. And that so the lovely thing about Kane Anderson is it looks to me like a hedged bond fund. It's stable income. Boom, lovely, and doing lots better than any bond fund because it's real estate. So, you said if diversification is the goal, well then one of these other, but diversification is not necessarily a value in itself. It's just something to say, hey, we're diversified, but if you're getting half the return of somebody that's not, what are you here for? So if we're here for stability and reliable income, magic. Dividend-paying stocks have historically been the best thing ever throughout history, better than gold, better than stamps, better than whatever. So, dividends for stocks are important. Income for an investment should be, I think, the number one consideration. And Kane Anderson's income stream is just delightful. And the volatility, delightful, again. But they're doing what they know best. But is it diversifying MSARA's portfolio? Oh, but what are we here for? Best bottom line or best looking graph?
With less volatility.
With less.
And I think they undersold for me, Kane. The one thing that really set them apart besides their performance was their occupancy rate. Mm-hmm. It's through the roof. And it's probably like Richard said, because they primarily focus on those medical buildings, that they have long-term tenants and they're going to keep those tenants because it's impossible for them to move. But 97% occupancy rate is protection on that investment too, because they are going to continue writing checks every month.
I think it's a great point.
I guess I got lost in the train of thought left without me. But when I said, if I was an 80-year-old client, I'd buy them Kane Anderson. But if it was my wife's IRA, I'd buy Harrison Street for a couple of reasons. Return and that pretty looking graph. Chair Land, you said last month or month before that you really like the look of that evenly spaced pie chart.
Yeah, the beach ball.
Well, yeah, it does look good.
But that's not a metric that I think we should vote on.
But that's, we're talking about diversification
Right.
being important.
When I said that, it was, the reason that I brought it up was not necessarily to say, oh, look at how nicely diversified they are. It was to point out that it looked more to me like they selected how much money they wanted in each bucket and made sure that they went there, which is not something I would say for Kane Anderson. Just the opposite. They find a good deal and they move with it. Another thing that I wanted to bring up about Kane Anderson was, or I wanted to at least see what other people thought, was about a couple of their strategies. One of them around aged baby boomers, around the senior housing, and the fact that they're only in upper tier senior housing, and I believe upper tier student housing as well. I don't know if that is, I mean, I like that strategy. I think that, are there any downfalls that you can see, any pitfalls that would be involved with that strategy? If things go bad, if the top end of the economy if the economy goes bad, are those the first or the last to go?
Yeah, it's great. It's a great point. We see within more core strategies, you'll be more at the top end of the spectrum because, as both Harrison Street and Kane pointed out in their senior housing exposures, they're all private pay, meaning there's no government reimbursement risk. So we actually think if they were to go, or if a manager were to go further down the income or quality spectrum, you'd have more government reimbursement risk that might put you more at risk in a sort of volatile economic environment. But in both of these cases, I think the higher end, higher quality private pay area of senior housing is probably the safer place to be. Particularly given the fact that there's still a very significant supply-demand imbalance. If we were to see more, and I don't want to speak for 5 years from now, if we all of a sudden had a huge development wave of higher-end senior housing, that math might shift. But today we see a shortage of senior housing where the private pay, higher quality end of the spectrum is probably the right place to be in.
Harrison's was also very high-end, was it not?
Yeah,
they made the same exact point.
I think they did, but not to the same extent.
Yeah, it was the same.
I think that was BGO.
No, Harrison Street.
Was it Harrison?
Yeah,
Was that Harrison?
It was Harrison and Kane.
And one was invested throughout the South. Was it Kane?
That's Kane.
That was mostly
Kane,
the
yeah.
South.
Yeah.
Southwest, southeast, they call it.
Sunbelt.
Sunbelt, that's right.
Yeah, Harrison Street's a larger fund than Kane, so they're a little bit more diversified within their senior housing allocation.
Harrison is the biggest fund we're talking about.
That's right. That's right.
12.6 billion.
Significantly bigger.
Yeah.
Than the other two.
So what, I guess I would ask Robert, what your, what's your position on these three?
I think Kane would be the better total fit. I would say as a number two, Harrison Street. Harrison Street has just a little bit less income, a larger fund, maybe more stability in that sense, more investors. One of the things that sort of concerns me, and maybe I'm just, being a scaredy cat, with BGO, the higher leverage in the instance where rates go up more, that is going to be bad for that strategy. So I'm a little hesitant to want, to lean towards that strategy. Yeah, it's maybe cheaper today with the fee break, but I'm sort of more concerned about the adverse scenario on rates going up and having a even greater levered strategy. The total real estate portfolio with BGO would be moderately more diversified based on historical performance, but not significantly so, like Kane or Harrison Street.
So Kane.
Remind me again, who had the no redemption queue?
There was two of them.
Kane and Bentall Green Oak.
Yeah.
Both Kane and Bentall Green Oak don't have a redemption queue. Harrison Street has a modest redemption queue. It'll take 1 to 2 quarters to pay out.
Yeah, $400 million or $300 and something million.
And
redemption
Kane was
queue.
gonna be aggressive and put your money to work.
Yeah, I didn't write down what their leverage ratio, 30%. So this,
It's on page 8 of
Okay, right.
Callan's presentation has the leverage percentage for the three funds.
30% for Kane.
none of them were approaching the range of what the Core Plus target seems to be, depending on who you read about that. It's more in the 40% range, I believe, was what a lot of and all three of them appear to me to be lower than that. Harrison Street at what, 24, 25?
If I may, I wrote this down, exactly what you're talking about. The target for Kane was 30 to 35, but 35% is their target. The target for BGO is, they're at 40, they target 50. And then Harrison, I didn't write theirs down. But BGO is higher, the highest of the group, and their target for leverage.
If they're unwilling to borrow money and to buy assets, are they not being aggressive enough to consider themselves Core Plus managers? And that's a question for you two.
Well, I'd say, just to back up shortly, the range for Core Plus candidates across the entire universe of 27 funds, we see 30 to 55% as the range, and the average, I'd say, is 40 to 45%.
Okay.
So all these groups are below that. Harrison Street and Kane, they'll call themselves core funds, so that's why we expect them to be at the, below that end of the
Right.
spectrum. BGO did state that their target, I think they said, was low 40s for leverage. So today they're a little bit lower leverage just due to the interest rate environment. They've been acquiring, assets unlevered. But their target is, low 40s, which I'd say is, slightly below the average for Core Plus, but well in the range.
I thought something with Harrison on their leveraging was interesting, that they would do it for the portfolio, not just projects.
Yeah.
Yes.
We see that with larger funds. I think LaSalle also spoke about some of their private placements last month. So we do see that with larger funds. I'm sure, I think Kane mentioned that they're starting to explore that. But yeah, I don't think BGO does that at this point.
Yes.
Many publicly traded real estate funds are debt-free at the property level, but have the last few years been going into at the what do we call it, the fund level, borrowing themselves to make mortgage-free investments.
Sure.
So it's a different kind of leverage, certainly safer, but then the triple net lease folks are cranking out delightful income all the time, and if it came down to a vote, I'd say for this board, for this portfolio, I think Kane Anderson is the right thing because of the stability, and it's earning way more than we're paying out.
So it does come down to a vote.
Yep.
And is that a motion?
Well, is it time?
Whenever
Sure,
the
anytime.
board
Well,
wishes
then,
to.
I move we go with Kane Anderson.
We have a motion to select Kane Anderson.
Second?
We have a second to select Kane Anderson. Is there any, now that we have a motion and a second, shall we discuss this?
Any further discussion?
Further discussion?
Question rather, would staff need direction on splitting that funding equally between DWS, LaSalle, and Keene, or is that understood?
I believe that's understood.
That was
and-
in I believe it was in August when they presented the options. It did show in the graph there, and I believe it would be understood. But we could clarify the motion to include an even distribution between LaSalle and Kane Anderson.
My understanding is that Callan would recommend that. Is that correct?
I think it makes sense.
Yeah.
Does that need to be remotioned?
I don't necessarily believe it needs to be remotioned
That's-
to you. we would end up with 3 real estate managers, and the allocation would be split equally between the 3.
And that's understood by all? Okay. So we have a motion and we have a second. And is there any discussion that we'd like to have on selecting Kane Anderson? I'm not seeing any, and so we would want to know if there's any public comment.
There is none.
I was hoping there would be this time. So let's just push forward with a roll call vote.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Kavanagh?
Aye.
Mr. Haschak?
Aye.
Mr. Cromer?
Aye.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Aye.
Ms. Harris?
Aye.
Ms. Cubison?
Aye.
And Mr. Lang?
Aye.
Approved.
All right. That moves us on to item 3, F and G. I guess we could probably do them both at the same time. And I don't know if, Robert, you're going to do that or if we're going to have Callan do that.
Did you guys bring your sleeping bags?
Well, trustees, I can at least start. 3 and F are the monthly investment reports. I would draw your attention to item G. We are at an all-time high. That's a nice thing to say. 833 million when you round. And we did do some minor rebalancing, which you can see on the second slide. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Of course, we'll get a quarterly update next month, so we'll have more detail from Callan on all of the funds, but it's clearly been a good year so far.
Strong first fiscal
Yeah.
quarter.
Yeah, it makes you a little nervous, right?
It does, but when you talk,
Yep.
with the rebalancing makes me a little less nervous,
Yeah.
because I believe what you're saying is that you're selling some of the gains that we have in sub-asset classes and storing them away in some of the other our other allocations. Is that correct?
That's
How do I
the
read that
gist.
in this
Yeah,
graph?
so notice on the international subsection, we've got 3 million out of Artisan, EM, and 2 million out of 91. So the bulk of that money is coming out of EM, right? So if we go down and look at our EM, if we go to page 4, we can see year to date, fiscal year to date, those two strategies are between 12 and 13% returns, time-weighted returns. So they've done very well. Time to pull some money out of there.
Fiscal year to date.
Yeah, second column. So if you look at the second column there on
Yes,
page
fiscal
4,
year to date. So since our fiscal or theirs?
3 months.
That's
3
our-
months.
3 months, they've
That's a
returned
calendar.
more than we expected them to do all year. So time to pull some back.
Yeah.
And
you know,
dollar-wise, those transactions show up on slide 2, right?
on slide 2. So you can see that 6 million out of international, including T-Row, which the million from T-Row was just to balance the allocation so they're more even. And all that money went into our 2 fixed income strategies.
3 million each. All right, thank you.
And that's it. Callan, have any comments or?
We'll be back.
Yeah, we get to see a lot of you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hope you find some lunch.
Yeah. Safe travels.
All right.
Thank you. Nice to see you
That
all.
concludes item 3. We've made it all the way through 3. There's only 10 items. So by my calculation, we're going to be here till midnight.
That should be
You
fast.
might be by yourself.
Yeah.
Let's move right forward. Item 4, final fiscal year 25 budget update. Robert Ravelis, Retirement Financial Investment Officer.
Trustees, you have the final fiscal year 25 budget update. Very minor changes from the preliminary update. Detailed those differences in the memo. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions? Okay, thank you very much. What's that?
Public comment.
Do we need public on that? I don't.
See that there is.
There is no public.
Okay. And is there an indication online if we ever have anybody?
No.
Participants?
And that one's Robert and one's us.
Okay.
So one's us.
I can just make that
Attendees, zero.
determination. There's nobody there.
Should I
You
leave?
can leave if you want.
Nobody
I'll
here?
stay in there.
Attendees
All right.
do a raised hand.
Okay. Item 5, Board Policy Review. Doris Rentschler, Executive Director.
Thank you, Chair Land. This is a routine review. We had 2 policies provided. They were the board performance evaluation policy and the public records policies. There were no substantive changes to either. They were really just updated for the current review date of the board. If you have any questions regarding them, I'm happy to answer any questions. The policies were attached separately from the cover memo, but they're both there for your review.
On public records, do you guys get a lot of PRAs here?
No.
No? Okay.
And typically they have a tendency to come in through the county's portal.
They would. That's why that's my question, really, is they are filtered through county council.
However that portal works, I know
Right.
we get
So-
notified.
So I guess my only question would be, if they ever do come in, it's on the items that you've said you provide here, not on any email or communications or anything like that?
It certainly depends. I know during the announcement of the correction project, we had some, I think, public records request, and then, of course, there's been sometimes public records requests from non-successful vendors in the RFP process. I mean,
Okay,
it's
right,
a
right.
variety of different things. Occasionally, they come directly to us. Sometimes it's investment-related matters, which we usually just direct them to materials that are posted on our website that already address their questions. But, you know, it can take any number of forms. We have had to do searches of like email when it was regarding the VCP project and that whole thing. But generally, we don't have very many, and they typically do come to us through the county's routing system.
Okay.
I'll take this as an opportunity to remind you all to be very judicious. When you do create an email, you need to be creating an email, always be respectful in it. I strongly discourage you, as does our policy, from using your personal equipment, because there was a California Supreme Court case that says it's still a public record, or could be, even if you're using your private computer, if it's related to NSERA business. And it's possible that a judge would review your personal cell phone or your personal laptop in camera to have to do an evaluation. So we've been pretty fortunate of recent times not to get a lot of those requests, but especially for those of you who aren't maybe county employees currently, you have no idea the trauma it can cause. So just be very mindful, and I think most of you are.
And part of this reason we provide a MendocinoCounty.gov email for your board business is to ensure that you're not using your personal email accounts for the board business. That way we have record of the transactions, and we can provide responses to public records requests without having to traumatize you as far as trying to access documents that or emails that you may have sent via your personal email account. So please don't use personal email. That's why we provide you the MendocinoCounty.gov for your board business. I'm sorry, I interrupted somebody. Were you going to say something?
Frequently check your email, please.
Yeah.
That's all I ask.
Okay.
Did you have a-
So do you need a motion to adopt the policy?
Oh, we do.
Oh, we do.
We do need a motion to adopt the
Very
policies.
good. I didn't write that down.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Judy, and there is no public comment. So if you could do a roll call vote. on item
Mr.
5.
What are we voting on?
Policy?
Okay.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Cavanis?
Aye.
Mr. Haschak?
Aye.
Mr. Cromer?
Aye.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Aye.
Harris?
Aye.
Cubison?
Aye.
Mr. Land?
Aye.
Approved.
All right. Item 6, Board Performance Evaluation Report. Doris Rentschler, Executive Director.
Thank you, Chair Land. Again, this is an item that was brought forward from last month's agenda. This is the results of the board performance evaluation survey. 6 of 9 trustees responded. There were questions in about 8 different areas regarding like fiduciary responsibility and board effectiveness. The tally of responses is shown on page 3 of the handout. We did have a couple of open-ended questions, and the responses taken directly from the surveys received are provided on slides 4 and 5. The important item that we're looking for today is really board direction regarding the selection of educational topics for the upcoming year from either the list generated, which is at the bottom of page 5, or any other suggestions the board or trustees wish to put forward at this time. Certainly if something occurs to you, email me at any time with your suggestions for educational topics, but we really want to focus the education on areas where the board has interest, and we need your input in developing that so Robert and I can work on what we plan to bring forward for the coming year. I'm sorry, did I skip to the wrong one? I thought 6
No,
was...
we're on 6. Board performance evaluation. We took a vote on 5.
5, now we're on 6. I'm sorry. Good. So if trustees had any questions about any of the open-ended responses or any of the tallies for the categories, educational topics shown on page 5 were things like actuarial items, fiduciary matters, cybersecurity, retirement trends, and member demographics. So we're wanting to know if these items listed held interest to the board as a whole, and which ones we should focus on for the coming year for educational opportunities.
Cybersecurity. Am I
Go ahead.
the only one?
Cybersecurity is always a good one, and
Especially when your chair is a tech whiz.
yeah, can't wait to do my day job on my second job.
We'll make you a presenter at the offsite, maybe.
I would not be the one. There would be some people at IT who would be able to do that presentation. I would not be one of them. I would not volunteer my own name.
And the county is
because I wouldn't be the most qualified.
Helpful with providing educational pieces to the board as far as they came and presented and shared in a closed session items on their cybersecurity audit years ago at this point. But
right, and you know, I think everyone knows some of the things that go on in terms of our phishing campaigns and that sort of thing. There is a group, I can't remember the name of it, that we might be able to consult with. We'd want to talk to Tony Rakes about that. I'm trying to remember the name of them, and I will get it back to you. But I think a cybersecurity presentation by either IT or
third party.
The third party would be appropriate and beneficial. It certainly won't hold down the whole entire day.
What do you hope to get from this?
I'm retired and getting my regular AARP magazines, and everyone just about has something on cybersecurity, because most of us who are sitting home, we're not connected to a county. And maybe you already have it because you're a supervisor.
Well, there would be other directions for a cybersecurity discussion to take as well, because we have retired members. And, you know, we might want to consider ways that we could encourage staff to educate them and to provide resources to them, because they would be the ones who would be the most vulnerable.
And we do both with newsletter articles, but also we did a live training where retirees came in here, and we pulled up some of the know before you click type trainings that the county allowed us to offer to retirees.
Right.
So they came in, we kind of did it as a little group. That was a couple of years back. I can say that maybe from taking it in a different perspective, we could highlight at maybe the highest level how things like Member Direct and even our pension system are addressing members' security of data and cybersecurity for those environments. Obviously, we don't have a lot of detail, and we wouldn't want to give away anything confidential or proprietary about how they do that, but just to let people know, or you know, the level to which our vendors operate.
If it's for the benefit of the system and protecting the system, we could do that part in closed session. If it's for the benefit of educating and informing retirees, that would be in open session.
Yeah, it would
Or
be
private.
a high level. It wouldn't be, I think, anything that would have to be closed session, but it would be kind of a discussion about how they operate and how they operate as far as their cybersecurity practices and their physical security practices, but more importantly, their work towards enhanced, like, multi-layer authentication practices to ensure that the people logging into accounts are the people who are supposed to be, and what we do there as far as, providing enrollment pins and things like that. So we can give you some high-level information on an educational topic if that was of interest.
I'm sorry, one of the reasons I said that, I don't know if anyone else caught 60 Minutes on Sunday night, but they started off by saying that all of our utility systems in the U.S. have been hacked by China. And rather than installing malware, they're just sitting in our systems. And there was an interview with the 4-star general who had been in charge of combating cybersecurity in the U.S., who was fired a few months ago. But he said that they've detected basically no attacks, but why are the Chinese in all of our utilities? And he said the only reason is in case we go to war. So to me, that's cybersecurity at the highest level. And that's first I've heard anything about it. And maybe, I immediately thought about our pension systems and what's being done to protect CalPERS, CalSTRS, MSERA, and at what level.
Well, going to educational topics, I would say, because we're going to have new board member too, and I feel like I'm really new, more information about the investment portfolios and performance of other public employee plans. And that seems like it would be useful information.
And I think we also have, we'll be looking at our asset allocation in the spring as well, correct?
Correct. We do a triennial study for the asset allocation, which then feeds into development of an asset liability study that feeds into the asset allocation model that is adopted by the board. And that will come out, I want to say, in late springish. Is that right? Mm-hmm. Maybe around May. That the board will be actually receiving the results of that asset liability study. Certainly we can put together a piece on our portfolio composition, expected returns, and how we compare both asset allocation wise and maybe return wise to some of the other serial systems. I'll take an opinion from you, even though you won't be here.
The only thing that concerned me was on the survey, and it might be something worth covering for new members or newer-ish members, was the board understands what authority it has retained and why it's retained it and what has been delegated to them and to whom. And somebody said they disagree with that. So there's somebody on this board that I think could use some remedial training regarding our authority and the reasons we do what we do.
And what has been delegated to whom. That certainly is a topic for board discussion, that you understand what powers may have been delegated, because as the board changes over time, maybe they want to change that and, retrieve some of those powers that have been delegated or delegate additional powers. And, who has the power and authority to make those decisions, up to what dollar level, perhaps. There's a lot of aspects to decision making that the board has delegated to staff. So I did make my own notes about that, because I think it's important that the board does understand where their responsibility is and where they have chosen to delegate that to staff. But they still have an oversight responsibility to that authority.
The only other thing I'll add is there's so many people in this room that started at different times. All I can say is historically, our new trustee orientation was not what it is today. So, and I think everybody in this room, the longer you serve on this board, those refreshers of what is now the new trustee orientation would probably be beneficial to everybody in the room. Whether it's one or two topics, not all at once with a fire hose. But,
that was what poor
occasionally
Mr. John had to go through.
Yeah, a few of those topics throughout the year, I think would be beneficial to remind all the trustees of what we should be doing and how we do it.
And actually, maybe I'll add a slide to our new trustee orientation deck about the powers delegated and the powers retained, because I don't think that's specifically
so
covered.
there's a typo in that number 6, I believe. Too.
Probably.
Why is it reframed it?
It's probably supposed to be
Why it
retained.
has retained it.
It says retrained.
Yeah.
The second retained.
I saw one somewhere too, but it's not.
Yeah, retrained.
So one of the things that each individual board member could do, I think it's in here, that's why I'm reading it up, is if you go to a training, everybody give kind of a mini report back here on their training. That used to be a real regular.
Yeah.
It was a requirement.
We actually put it on the agenda after
Yeah.
SACRS, so the report from SACRS attendees, but now it's been spilled over into general board discussion.
Right.
Well, we'll start agendizing it whenever we have a trustee
Order
go
for
out.
some
When they come back, they can include a short verbal or written board report on what they attended and was it beneficial, what was their takeaways, would they recommend it? Well, we do get those training reports, but of course we don't have trustees necessarily present at the board
Right,
level.
I think that might create interest for some people that, don't know what those trainings are, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so I heard a couple of topic suggestions, and I'll bring something back at a future meeting where you can weigh in again on things, but this will form our 2026 educational items going forward. And I know that being cognizant of your time, you have to step out. Thanks for coming.
I've got a 3:00 doctor's appointment in Santa Rosa.
Oh my
And
goodness.
the timing is good, so you can talk about me on the next time.
Yeah.
Good to see you all.
Have a careful
Good work
drive.
today.
Bye, Jeff. Thank
See you
you.
later.
Thanks.
So unless there's additional board comment, I'm happy to take away the feedback I've received, and we can move on to the next item.
That is acceptable to me. Is there any other feedback? Seeing none, that'll move us to item 7. There was no, okay, we did give you direction, okay. Item 7, service provider evaluations. Doris Rentschler, Executive Director.
This is the second report to the board on evaluations of service providers. This report covers tax counsel, fiduciary counsel, and board counsel, Mr. Burke just having left. We have not renewed with Hampton Bridget Tax Council because at this point we don't have a strong need. We've completed the IRS correction project and they did assist with that, but at this point we don't have a dedicated budget or an expected need for that. Additionally, the same firm that we use for our fiduciary counsel does additionally offer tax council services, we could always look at engaging with that firm if we had a need for tax services in the future, or we could RFP for a vendor. So we're not necessarily recommending RFPing for tax counsel at this point in time. The contracts for both fiduciary counsel, which is Nossaman LLP, and for board counsel, Mr. Burke, are evergreen, and they simply continue unless the board chooses to terminate the contract. We do get updated rates where we make addendums to the contract for Nossaman. At this point, we are not recommending any RFPs related to council services. We will have upcoming evaluations, and a couple of trustees have already completed evaluations for Siegel, Brown, Armstrong, and Callan. Those three services, again, are services that are reserved for the board as far as selection of vendors. Because we had the correction project ongoing, we had postponed and extended contracts with Siegel and Brown Armstrong. Their contracts are now coming to a close through June 30th, 2026. And at that point, we are thinking that the board may want to RFP for services. It would be at the board direction, and I'll bring back the evaluation reports on the service providers, and the board can provide us direction on whether or not to RFP for those vendors at an upcoming meeting. It may be November or December's meeting. So this was really more informational. There was no action required. I am happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Are there any questions? I have none myself. Seeing none, that will conclude item 6.
I think
Direction.
that was item 7.
Item 7, none informational, okay. Which brings us to item 8, strategic plan and board work plan discussion.
Thank you, Chair Land. This is cover memo covers potential modifications to the board's strategic plan. There are no financial impacts associated with adopting this or giving direction. The board strategic plan established 4 goals and had a number of objectives and then some work items attached to each objective. In this plan, based on progress made in certain strategic plan areas, we have some suggestions for new either objectives or just new action items and target measures for goals. So there is starting on page 3, sort of a summary of maybe new objectives and action items that could relate to that. And what we're looking for here is a direction from the board on whether they might like to incorporate the proposals summarized on page 3 into the existing strategic plan, and we could actually update that document that's posted on our website to include these new measures for the different goals and objectives. And then there's a slightly revised format for the board priority work plan that is on page 6. This would be changing it to a slightly higher level focus, and then a more detailed staff work plan would periodically be provided to the board showing progress on some of those initiatives. So the examples are a little in the rough stage, but it would be making the board's a higher elevation look at the strategic plan objectives and the goals that we're working towards, while the staff plan is more at the granular level towards the actions that are taken to fulfill those objectives and goals. So I'm happy to answer any questions about this. We're really looking for some board direction, whether to incorporate the proposed updates to the plan, or if you have any feedback on the board work plan format or the potential to split it into a higher level board plan versus a more granular staff plan.
I think your board is done.
I'm working, we only got like 2 more items to get through.
Unfortunately, somebody's carried over.
A lot of this did, and I hadn't really looked at it since.
So I would suggest we just go through each suggested item list on page 3 through 5.
The ones in red?
The ones, I think we're looking for direction on the ones in gray underneath the red, right? Is that correct?
Actually, it would be the red and the blue or gray, whatever color that is. So currently goal 1, which is to protect the plan's long-term financial health, has an objective to explore alternative investment opportunities. A new measure, because in the strategic plan it had essentially success measures laid out as to, would be to complete board discussions with staff and investment consultant regarding alternative approaches to investment philosophy and portfolio construction. That might be board education on things like the total portfolio approach, or tail risk hedging, or portfolio risk management, the use of leverage in the portfolio, and a discussion on local housing, which has been raised at meetings in the past. So those suggested action items are just items that would be supportive of the new measure that was in red if the board has interest in those topics. We can certainly look at whether or not you want to accept the proposed new measures, and we can always bring back the suggested action items to see what the board wants to include, or you could leave that determination, I guess, to staff. If you want to delegate.
I think it looks good.
So again, the items in red, I think, were the bigger items that would be part of the revisions to the strategic plan, and we could actually incorporate them into that document and publish a new updated one. Certainly under, like on page 5, the goal about developing MSARA's reputation as a benefits expert, new measures for Objective B. Objective B doesn't change, but some of those new measures might be to explore the use of social media so we can make more contact with our members, or maybe completing another membership survey that we did a couple of years ago through our consultant, Problonsky Research. So again, if those items in red look of interest to the board, we can incorporate those, and then we can look at action items tied to those in the future.
Well, I think they look good.
I would agree.
Red, I've looked at it before, and it just seems, seems like worthy goals or objectives.
I believe this one can be board direction. I don't believe it requires an actual motion. I can certainly incorporate these into the actual strategic plan. We can bring that back for a board motion if you want to adopt that. If that's the way you want to proceed, I just need direction today.
I would say the direction is to incorporate these in and bring it back and have us look at the whole document and approve it at that time. Unless somebody has another idea, we will go with that. And so that brings us to B, right?
It brings us to item 9, I believe.
We don't have a quarterly board work plan and strategic calendar?
Oh, that was just an attachment that was actually...
A and B were together? I love it.
Those were
Okay. All right, that does bring us to item 9, which is state...
Actually, I don't know. Did I miss something?
No, they're together. That's correct.
All right. State Association of County Retirement Systems, Sackers Matter. Doris Rentschler, Executive Director.
So there are actually 2 administrative reports. One is from September. The September report, I did want to point out that once again, thanks to Robert's hard work and the hard work of staff, we did receive the award for outstanding achievement in popular annual financial reporting from the GFOA, and there is a review of my attendance at the Pension Benefit Investment Fiduciaries Forum put on by Nossaman. Last week I did attend Pension Gold Teaming Conference and have some interesting takeaways from that. On the October report, which is attached as a separate item, just a couple of updates that we are looking at potentially replacing the board iPads and updating them because those are getting on the old side. So I wanted to know if there was sort of any preference in whether to use like an Android tablet or a iPad, Apple tablet. If you have any preferences, you can email us or reach out to Judy. We are wrapping up, I think, here shortly our first AUP engagement with our external sort of internal auditor who's doing the agreed upon procedures reviews, MGO, and I expect that that report would go to the board at the November audit committee meeting. And if you have any questions on anything related to the admin report, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have the November date? That would be the audit committee, I assume.
Yes, we have a date for the audit committee. Hold on just a second, I'll see if I can find it. It's actually in the...
I thought it was the 19th, but I'm checking. The 19th, 1 p.m.
November 19th, 1 p.m. is the audit committee meeting.
What day of the week is that, if I may ask?
Wednesday.
That is a Wednesday,
Okay.
not to be confused with the November Board of Retirement meeting. It has
Right.
been moved up to the first Wednesday, which I believe is the 7th.
Okay, so that's...
The 5th.
All right.
Sorry, I can't do math.
Due to the holiday.
Mm-hmm.
What
We do that
is
every
the
year.
date of the holiday?
In November?
Yeah.
November 11th is Veterans Day, and then the 27th
Okay.
7th and 8th.
is in 28th, or the Thanksgiving holiday.
Thank
And
you.
then in the middle there is a Sackers, so the 11th through the 14th or whatever is the Sackers in Huntington Beach for trustees who are attending that. That's one reason that we moved that up. And also information from our financials and a report is given to the county for incorporation into theirs, and we wanted to try to get out our financial information and to the county as quickly as we could. So that's why the November meeting is the first Wednesday, right around the corner here, on November 5th as far as that. So that is the end of my items.
Okay, I got my numbers out of sequence. Does that bring us to item... I have 11, but I think it's item 10, general board discussion.
Yes.
Okay. Don't know how I got misnumbered here.
No, things shifted around and got renumbered. Like when I open up the documents for the last one, they say item 10, but they really are item 9 now. But
Okay, well, we're going to call it general board discussion, and I'm going to go with what's online here, item number 10. So does anybody have any items they would wish to discuss or bring forward?
Well, I might not be able to attend November 5th meeting because we have a Board of Supervisors closed session scheduled then.
that is
Sometimes they get canceled, but
kind of a big meeting for us. Our actuary will present the annual valuation. By the way, the executive office has asked that our actuary present the valuation to them, and I believe we'll be participating at the Board of Supervisors workshop in January. I want to say it's January 16th, where our actuary will come and point out some of the highlights of the valuation to the Board of Supervisors. Rather than just run it through on consent, they wanted something more,
great.
more information. But yes, the board will be looking at adopting our annual valuation at that November meeting.
I kind of wanted to give the trustees an attaboy. Over the last year, we've been doing a lot of work on the investment portfolio with managers, and we've had a lot of information and education. And you know, today is a big deal. We're finishing this asset class review that we started almost 2 years ago. So just want to. I know you're all probably tired, and it can be difficult. It can be difficult, but no, we made some really good changes. You know, we're setting up MSERA for future success. So,
Are there any other comments? Questions?
Thank you, staff, for that work.
Yeah.
Yes, thanks to everybody. This was a marathon today and over the last, whole year. So that we'll close out general board discussion and move to item 11 and/or 12, whichever one we want to, adjournment and notice of next Board of Retirement meeting. The next Board of Retirement meeting will be held in the Mendocino County Employees Retirement Association Boardroom, 625B Kings Court in Ukiah, California, Wednesday, November 4th. 5th. How did that happen?
I apologize.
I think it got corrected, but
November
that
5th?
maybe the
It,
2025.
Wednesday is the 5th.
Okay, well, it will be at the 5th, and it'll be at 8:30 a.m. I'll see you all then, if not before.
The what?